Get ready for some contractually obligated fun. That's about to happen. Prepare. All right, everyone gather around. Everyone focus in. Listen. If there's one thing that I love, it's obeying and honoring all contracts. That might actually be my favorite thing in the world. Who else loves? Is it cat ears? It's not cat ears, not today. Pizza without pineapple? No, that's wrong. Pineapple and pizza goes the best. You know it does. Don't sit there and lie. Don't lie to me. It's honoring contracts. That might be my favorite thing to do. So I've had a shave. I've had a shower. My once-a-month shower. And now we're going to go and play Albion Online. Are you ready? Let's charge into battle. Here we go. I may have done some gathering off stream. And I may be over encumbered. We'll get there, don't worry. Hang on, we don't need to go that quickly. We can take a moment and just wait for a sec. You know, we don't need to be anywhere right now. There can be a bit, we can think. We are indeed given time fairly to think. Why am I seeing lots of people in thongs and bras? Like, I'm not complaining, I'm just curious. That's what I'm thinking about. With one-handed... Oh yeah, good point. I could just equip the mace and do that. No, I can just get on my ox. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll just jump onto my ox. So, here we go. Oh, you're a random bot. Okay, cool. I see. My attraction to you has gone super far down. Anyway, who's ready for mandatory fun? Who's ready for contractually obligated Twitch streams? They're my favorite type of Twitch stream. Now, the guild is doing remarkably well. We get thongs and bras, I need to play this. That's all it is, really. That's pretty much all it is. Look, it's not... No. It's not slavery. It's motivated volunteering. That's what rank are we? That doesn't matter. It's good. We're good rank. We're doing fine. We are the friends we made along the way. Rank. I can, let me take away the DVD logo and take away the countdown timer. There we go. We are very much the friends we made along the way. I'm going to put all these... Hang on, this container can't hold any more items. Okay, cool. So my bank is full. I cannot bank... But what I can do is go to the guild bank and bank there. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, it's motivated volunteering. It's kind of like an I order you to volunteer kind of vibe. That's what we're going. On a scale of 1 to fun, how fun is Albion? It's probably, I was trying to describe it to someone, and I think it's kind of like Dark Age of Path of Runecraft, I think is the best way to do it. If you take elements of Dark Age of Camelot, elements of Path of Exile, elements of RuneScape, and elements of World of Warcraft, that's kind of what you get. You get Dark Age of Path of Runecraft. And that is exactly how this all works. Right, bank. Let's just store all this stuff. We don't need all these things. But what I am going to do in a second is I am going to actually follow through my journal. But it doesn't have bunny girls. Serene, listen. Serene, do you want to know something that you probably won't like? Do you know what I associate your name with now? As soon as you pop onto stream, do you know what I see? Do you know what I think of? Do you know what happens in my mind? Yeah, you do. Unfortunately, methinks the lady doth protest too much, and therefore you in my mind are only ever human Jortipede. Hang on, let me just give 1,000,000 silver out to people in the guild. That's the entire way we do this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Serene, but that's exactly who you are in my mind right now. Now, what do we do? What do we truly do in this game? What's it all about? What I think it's all about. I'm going to use all on what I've currently got equipped. And I'm going to slowly but surely... Oh good, 25,000 experience with the daggers. We want to slowly level up the dagger pair. Yo, Jimbo was on a 55 stream streak. Yombo Jombo, why? There are other streams way better than this one. I'm starting to question your taste. If someone comes along and says that you've been on this stream the entire time, at this point, I think at this point it counts as a cry for help. You really do need to understand that there are far better streams than this. They're not live yet. Don't worry, Josh. You're the waiting room. I am the dentist's waiting room of streams. You're not here for me. However, I'm on in the background while you're waiting for whatever you're waiting for. And then as soon as that thing that you are waiting for actually happens, then you go and do the thing with them. Now, I have also just got to... Did that hit level 99 with a cleric robe? No way. Hang on. What's my dagger specialty? I'm level 67 daggers now. When I get to level 70, I get the Shadow Edge. Ooh, level 100, I get the Elder's Dagger pair. I do like the dagger pair. I might even go and do some arena for a little bit. I do like the arena. Let's just open all these, get some more silver. You're at a 69 streak. You're just consistent. You've got to be consistent to make the 69 work. That's true. What? You gave almost 100,000 channel points. Is this a good way to FG it so I almost get there? SayBT, you're going to have to reword that. I gave almost 100,000 channel points. Is this a good way to... Have you had a stroke halfway through writing that? Do you smell toast? I'm here to make sure you're okay, SayBT. I want to make sure that you're alright. Oh no, my phone's typing sucks. Do you need an old priest and a young priest? Do you need us to call someone? Because we can. A man called Arse invited me for trading. I will always give the Arse man 1,000,000 silver, without a doubt. Just straight away. I won't even question it. I'll just throw that silver straight at them. We were told there would be punch and pie. Bryn, I tell a lot of people a lot of things. Now, I'm not saying there won't be punch and pie, but I think you might have got the timelines mixed up slightly. Like, it could be a couple of years from now. Were you told there will be punch and pie now? Were you told it would be happening sometime soon? Because if you were told that, then I might have some bad news for you. Punch doesn't go with pie. Depends what kind of fight you're having. Now, let's just queue up for... Let's queue up for arena. Single, unranked, basic, normal arena match. Paying channel point to unbutton the shirt more. It's on the list. That's a potential for the future. It's not right now, but it's a potential for the future. Don't worry. No sarcasm. I genuinely don't know what Albion Online is about, and I missed all the streams for it. Cozy Canadian, that's why this is a contractually obligated stream. To make sure that everyone understands what Albion Online is. Right, imagine this. Imagine a video game. Are you with me so far? Imagine that it's a top-down isometric style gathering game where you travel out into dangerous parts of the world to gather rare resources, and then you turn those resources into stuff. Are you with me so far? Then you use that stuff, you equip it, items, weapons, things, then you go and fight other people. But hang on, what's this? There's a limited amount of resources in the game. Well, I guess we're going to have to fight for them then, aren't we? You're reaching the edge of my imagination, but you're with me so far. Good. Imagine RuneScape, but with no narrative, and everyone hates everyone else. So kind of like RuneScape, but with no narrative. Imagine the entire world is about trying to gather all of the stuff that you want to gather, but you can then just go and kill other people. Imagine Path of Exile, except it's not Path of Exile, it's Albion Online. I think that's the best kind of advert for it. Imagine a game where you can equip whatever the hell you want, travel out into dangerous PvP-focused wilderness areas, gather resources, or kill people. That does not sound fun to you. Dak, here's the great thing. It doesn't need to be fun, because what you can then do is make it deliberately unfun for other people. The joy of Albion is not necessarily having fun, but making sure others don't. That's what I'm doing right now. So we're going to go into this 5v5 PvP arena. Now my job is basically to make sure that other people don't have fun. Right, Rimura has got the cultist robe on. Whoa, that's a problem. No, I want to see if I can remember how I play this properly. There we go. Oh, have I chosen the wrong thing? I might have chosen the wrong thing. Oh yeah, there we go. Hang on. I pressed the wrong button. Entirely my fault. Wrong button entirely. Messed up the key bindings. F, W, E, Q, Q. That might be what we need to be doing. Always be thwacking. Let me show you what I'm trying to do now. So we want to F onto U. Well, F onto U instead. Okay, there's... Hang on. Let me just get my... Gotta get back in the groove. I lost the groove for a second. I've changed around my key bindings. It's all gone wrong. I forgot entirely what I'm meant to be doing. That one, then that one. Alright, cool. I know what I'm doing now. Kind of. So, the build that I have in this game is basically the I don't want to pay any attention build. And is the can I just one-hit every enemy build. It's honestly much easier. And if you don't kill them in one hit, what you do is run away. Are my buttons in ABC order again? No, they're much better this time. Much better. I do need to change around exactly how this is, though, at least slightly. Yeah, this is the other... What happened to the harem? The harem need to be left alone. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say. And so my absence will make their heart grow fonder of me. And then when I return, they'll be like, oh my god, you're back. I can't believe you're back. I've missed you so much. What's this game about? Defeating others. That's it. That's entirely what the game is about. Like that. See? That person died. They were alive previously and now they're dead. Not that person. That person's on our team. They're also dead, though. Don't worry about them. My build is basically about doing as much damage as possible very, very, very quickly. And sometimes we lose. Are we hyped for Scars? You mean Scars of Honor? I was involved in the Scars of Honor project a while back. I haven't really been keeping up to date with it as much. But I am interested to see what they can do with it. Can you shit during company hours during the contractual stream? Amber, trick question, alright? I'm always constantly shitting. Sponsored company or not. This isn't amateur hour here, okay? I know what I'm doing when it comes to streaming. I'm always prepared. That was, if I remember correctly, the mating call of the Scouts. Be prepared. Baden Powell. A, B, C. Always be prepared. How much do you need to hate other people to be good at this game? It helps. It helps if you hate them a lot. Am I going to get the shit bucket? Listen, guys, let's have a little bit of class, all right? There's no bucket involved. I've got it fully plumbed in, okay? It's not amateur hour over here. Come on. What is this combo? You know what, really? I don't know what this combo is either. This was what happens when I try to stream Albion. Like, everyone goes a bit weird. Everyone goes super weird whenever this game pops out of anywhere. I'm just trying to have a good time playing the game and enjoying it. Having a fun little time all to myself. And you guys have to pop over and just make it weird, don't you? You've got to pop over and make it weird. Finally get to catch you live. Hope you have a good stream. I'm going to have a great contractually obligated stream. And what you guys should do is you guys should type Albion in line and then you should download the game using the link that I've just put in the chat. You should do that. You know why? Because capitalism. Yay, capitalism. Good morning from Nebraska. Been wanting to hit up one of your streams for a while. Big Voss, I hope I don't disappoint you, my man. I really hope I don't, because you know what? If you said that you've wanted these streams for a while, I'm now worried. I'm worried that you expect a lot of me. I don't know if I can do that, to be honest. I don't know if I can give you what you need, the way you need it, and the way you expect it. Alright, so you're both dead, which is great. You're now weakened, which is fantastic. FF4 is FF14 dead? Why aren't you playing it? Yes, I am the arbiter of MMOs, and unless I am playing an MMORPG game at any given time, every other game is dead. That's how this works. I don't make the rules, unfortunately, because if I did, I would remove that silly rule about everything being dead. But we do have to live with the fact. Hang on. There we go. Now we can do this. Okay, cool. We're about to hit some damage. About to hit some serious damage. Oh, nearly. How do I live with that much raw power over MMORPGs? Honestly, epically. Epically. Bit of fear. There's always a little bit of worry. There's always a bit of chance going on. It's always quite scary. But you know what? We get there in the end, don't we? God damn, I hate the fact that whatever these guys are doing is making me run around, which is super irritating. Right, let me just build up my sword stacks again. Hang on. Got to get my old sword stacks going on. Now I can do this. There we go. There's the big damage. There's the big deeps. There's the Adele. Rolling in the deeps, as we say. Is it a fear of losing everything? You can't lose everything if you don't want to have anything. See, it's about balancing what you do and don't have. Sometimes. Ah, missed that. Albion is indeed pretty popular. That's true. It's a big game. I'm disappointed from the clips. I thought you were arguing retail versus classic 24/7. No, the vast amount of my time is honestly just chatting complete shit. And then people come in and they're like, hey, you need to argue. Do an argument, man. And then those get clipped and those get put onto YouTube. I feel that my mental health is much better if I just don't engage with YouTube comments in any way. That is probably my favorite thing to now not engage with. Ooh, let's see if we can do this. Yeah, there we go. That's way better. Hey, got him. Fantastic. Happy with that. So yeah, guys, imagine there's a red button and a blue button. Oh, good. Can you imagine if we went back to that? My God, the arguments we would have. Goodness gracious. The things we discuss. Oh, it's always a fun time, isn't it? Hey, there we go. Somebody else has died. Now, I might die quite a lot in this. There's nothing to prevent me from dying a lot. It's time for the loop. Did I miss the red button and blue button conversation? What was it about? Oh, Civ. It was about humanity. It was about complexity. It was about beauty. Maybe, if I'm feeling brave, we'll do it again later. Maybe. Right? It's quite dangerous to have that. It's genuinely like a straight-up dangerous conversation. Hang on. Oh, well done, my friend. That was excellent. That was a really good maneuver they just did. Of all the maneuvers they could have done, that was probably the best one at the exact time they could have done it. God damn. I'm impressed. That, however, dangerous hit. Unk really out here getting sponsored. Is Unk like a cool term of endearment? Does Unk mean that you guys think that I'm cool? I just want to check. I think it does, doesn't it? You guys are like, hey, this guy's like the cool uncle. Of all the things I could be, the cool uncle is the thing that I kind of want to be. You're just here vibing. Yeah, good. You guys just vibe. Just relax. Just chill out. Don't worry about it. All right, we're about, I think, win. We'll have to double check, though. Hang on a tick. Oh, there we go. Now we're killed. You'd be the cool uncle if you would say 6-7. I am definitely the cool uncle. It's true. There you go. Right, arena stats. Let's just see how we did. Oh, good. I killed 9 people. And I am the murder bringer. It's true. That's what I do. How much damage did we do? I didn't even do the most damage. I just killed the most people because it's all about that one tap. It's all about that one hit. Okay, who's ready for the button question again? Ooh, you know what? I'm going to be real with you. After reading all of the button questions, I actually did go and redo a ton. I read an absolute load of the button question things. Defeat the boss in a corrupted dungeon on Hunter difficulty. Okay, cool, I can do that. I actually did genuinely go and do a load of reading on the button problem. And I didn't realize how popular it is. Like, there's loads of stuff going on there. Absolutely loads. People have had, you know, inputs and ideas and questions, and it's really, really interesting. Did you do something to your mic? You sound different today, or just me? Shouldn't be anything different. Should just be, maybe I'm not caressing the microphone enough. Maybe I need to caress it slightly more. We can bring the caress back in. What does this do? That does nothing? Sells for 130k. Does this just sell? Is that all it's meant to do? Adept's Royal Sigil. You can't use it or anything, can you? Should I just put this on the auction house to sell? Josh sounds like his delicious posh self today. Oh, my goodness, we can definitely do the posh voice if we need to. Sound isn't right unless you're deep-throating the mic. Is that what you need me to do? Do you need... Hang on. Sound... Who... Why did that get removed? Sound isn't right unless you are deep-throating the mic, and somebody... Did that get... It shouldn't have got removed. It should not have been removed at all. Right. The dogs are barking because the window cleaner's outside. You need that. Do you want me to just move in and start doing this to the microphone? Do you want me to just start eating it? The sigils are for something. Is the dog agreeing or protesting? Agree. And protest. Right, let's sell some stuff. Sell. Adept's Royal Sigil. Sell all of them for, honestly, less money than they are worth. And everything else can stay. Okay, here's what I need to be doing. I need to go and defeat the boss. I'm following this guide here, okay? Look, guide. Look at the guide. Look at the journal. Look at the journal and let me show you exactly what we will be doing. First steps. Duelist. I have not yet done the defeat the boss in a corrupted dungeon on Hunter difficulty. So, I'm going to do that now. Defeat the boss in a corrupted dungeon on Hunter difficulty. Do Apollo and Piper ever fight? No, they get on really, really well. Genuinely, like super duper well. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well today. What do you mean by that? Why would you say that? Just immediately saying that to someone? God damn. You can't just come into a Twitch stream and ask somebody if they're doing well. How would you feel if I did that to you? Don't tell me what to do. See, the argumentative moments have started already. With your ongoing data gathering between Twitch and YouTube, are you finding one more enjoyable or fulfilling so far? Great question, genuinely. YouTube is great for protecting your mental health against the audience. YouTube is good for creating work that remains viable and valuable when you aren't there. You can leave YouTube for a month or two and you will still have residual income generated from the videos you've made. If you leave Twitch for a month or two, you will see a huge amount of your income drop down to essentially zero. It is very, very dangerous to do that. Twitch is great because I get to talk to you guys immediately, I get to interact with you, we get to hang out together, which I genuinely do actually like. YouTube is good because I get to work at my own pace and create work that I believe has value. The problem with that is YouTube ends up being slightly more lonely, but you are rewarded with long-term dividends and effectively valuable, a valuable like portfolio of work you have created. It's evergreen content. Are YouTube streams not profitable? YouTube streaming is not very good, genuinely. The reason that YouTube streaming is not very good is because most people that subscribe on YouTube want specific long edited videos. So Twitch is great if you want to have a community that you interact with often. YouTube is great if you want to have a bank of work that you are able to engage with and allow to exist outside of your individual day-to-day work, if you will. The problem, it's people have all said to me on the YouTube comments, it's a pipeline that you go from YouTube to Twitch. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a pipeline, but I would say that there is an appeal to one if you do the other for a lot. YouTube makes more money and is more stable in the kind of mid-range. I don't mean when you get to like the ultra, very, very top kind of thing. At that point, it's pretty much just going to be whoever's got the most fans. So many people have messaged me and so many people have left comments on the JoshStrifeSays channel saying he's just switched over to Twitch because it makes more money and is easier. Honestly, both those are incorrect. It makes less money and it's more mentally draining. However, it's different, which was important to me for a bit. It was important to be able to see and understand what the differences were so I could make an informed choice kind of moving forward to see what else we're doing. What about 60% Twitch and 40% YouTube? If you split it down, you don't have enough hours to do both of them really well. And there is a reason. Use Q2, it's better. No. And there is a reason that you don't see a lot of full-time YouTubers also being full-time Twitch streamers. It's kind of like, do you want to do one thing really well? Or do you want to do two things kind of badly? And if you do two things kind of badly, you end up harming yourself. Never half-arse two things. Whole-arse one thing. That's what we should be doing instead. So people have said to me, oh, why don't you just do like 3 days of YouTube and 3 days of Twitch? Okay, cool. So 1 day off a week, that's going to get quite mentally draining. But if I do 3 days of YouTube and 3 days of Twitch, we're not streaming enough to build up a solid, reliable Twitch community, and we're not putting enough time into YouTube to release at least one video a month. At that point, we are harming both of those choices. So it's fun to do both of them, but if you want to really succeed, you kind of have to just choose one of them and go for it. Which I think is, honestly, it's safer long term. But here's the interesting thing that I've seen. Everyone who's left a YouTube comment basically saying, oh, I know exactly why he's doing this, is not someone who also does YouTube or Twitch. It's normally just viewers who say, oh, I know exactly what's going on, don't worry. No, you don't. How long does it take to make a video, gameplay capture included? Between 2 to 3 weeks if I just work 6 to 8 hours a day on it. Josh, maybe it's time to get some help. I have had this conversation so many times, but I will have it again because you haven't had the conversation before and you need to understand why I've had it so many times. The amount of time it would take for me to explain to an editor what I need them to do and what footage relates to what part of the script. It would take me so long, and there would be so much back and forth, and there would be so much double checking with everything, that it would straight up be quicker for me to just do it myself. I would have to send an editor 1 to 150 hours, well, 100 to 150 hours of footage. Q2, no. Q3, PvE. Serb, I've already said no. I would have to send an editor hundreds of hours of footage. I would have to send them my script, I'd have to send them the notes, I'd have to send them the voiceover, and the amount of time it would take that editor to edit the video in the way that I want it edited, and the amount of back and forth it would have to go through, and the amount of revisions and changes and updates, it is just quicker to do it myself. Now imagine that I send an editor 100 hours of raw gameplay footage, and then in the script somewhere I say, oh yes, and then I fight the demon and this happens. I would then have to find the exact moment when that fight happens. They would have to find that. It's a huge amount of work, okay? That's the problem. It's a huge amount of work in order to get them all the information that they would need to do their job correctly. And I would want an editor to do the job correctly. Of course I would. Just pay them with exposure. Ah, yes. That old chestnut. There's people that have done creative kind of work before. Would it be like something you invest in once with the editor and it progressively becomes less and less time you need to invest and use them if they stay on, like if you had one, invest in the editor? I mean, potentially hacks, but let's say that you're editing and I send you all the stuff, all of this, all of that, all the other. Unless you can edit it in a week, I could edit it in a week. And if I'm paying you fairly and it takes you 3 weeks to a month to edit, if I'm going to be fair, and then paying between £1,000 to £2,000 per video. So you have to also weigh up how much time is this going to take me, how much time is this going to take an editor. I don't mind editing. Genuinely, I don't mind doing it. It's a lot of work, don't get me wrong, but I don't mind doing it because the time that I can save is, at that point, honestly kind of worth it. I have worked with editors before, and it's always difficult and different because then, let's say that an editor sends me a full edited video back. I then have to watch the entire thing, which is normally between an hour or two. Then I have to send it back with notes. Then they have to send it back with, hey, here's how we've changed it. Then I have to watch it again and send it back with notes. They're like, hey, here's how we've changed it. Then I watch it. Then they send it back with notes. Then here's how we've changed it. If I'm watching this video 4 or 5 times before we approve the final edit, why am I not just editing it? If I'm putting that much back and forth into the process, why am I not just doing it? But I think one of the biggest things to me is that when I'm editing something myself directly, I actually find it a lot easier to do. Why am I always washed out in the webcam? Because the lighting in this room isn't very good. If I were to say, okay, cool, let's take Tenchu 2. I finished Tenchu 2, I sent it to an editor. The editor wasn't able, unfortunately, to get it back to me in time because stuff happened in their own life. I totally understand. But I then had to edit that video as quickly as I could, but I couldn't remember where things happened in the game. If I edit my videos the moment after creating them, all of the events of the video are still fresh in my mind. Have any of you ever been involved in a group project and realized the whole thing would have been quicker if you just did it yourself? Imagine that, but, you know, like once a week. That's the vibe. I'm sure all of you could understand. Do you ever think that big YouTubers with massive teams give casual viewers unrealistic expectations of video frequency? Of course they do, Big Voss. Absolutely. That's very true. I think that you see a lot of highly edited, extremely nice, very impressive... Hang on, what just happened with my attack? Is this glamour glitching with this attack? We'll get back to the interesting question about editors in a second, but can you guys just watch what it looks like when I'm doing my basic attack while wearing this glamour? From the back, it looks really weird. Okay, maybe it's just super fast and super weird. But yeah, without a doubt, there is this whole idea that, you know, just a small bean, just a guy in the room by themselves is able to put out stuff that's as equal to and as powerful and as good as teams with hundreds of thousands of pounds behind them. I think one of the things that we're seeing now, and this I think affects you guys less because you're older, but younger kids think that every single YouTube video needs to be Mr. Beast levels of production quality. But you don't have a deadline to finish the videos right. I don't have a deadline that's, you know, imposed on me, but I try to impose one myself from when the audience, I think, get a video. Okay, it just bugs out and looks like the character's frozen. Gotcha. How was editing the Expedition 33 video? That was a lot. Making sure... Okay, the Expedition 33 video was actually super annoying because YouTube does this thing where the thumbnail timestamp is different to the video timestamp by 1 second. So, if I want the thumbnail to say 33333, the video will actually say 33332. And if I want the video to say 33333, then the thumbnail will say 33334. So you have to decide exactly which one. And I thought, from what I remember, that having the thumbnail be... I learned that after several upload attempts. What is he talking about? So I have a video on Expedition 33. And in order to get the gimmick about the Expedition 33 video to work, I wanted the video to be exactly 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds long, which shows you that in the timecode. And YouTube actually adds a 1 second difference between the timecode that you see and the timecode that is on the video. Have I played Skyrim? Yes, I was alive in the mid-2000s. Have I not? I've nearly completed this, haven't I? Defeat the boss in a corrupted dungeon on Hunter difficulty. Cool, let's do that. Sorry, the window cleaner is right outside the window and it's super duper distracting, but I am a professional and will focus. Anyway, I think what I will do is I will probably at some point return to making YouTube videos over Twitch streams because 1, a lot of people have told me they prefer the YouTube videos over Twitch streams. 2, they make much more money. And 3, they are honestly way less mentally draining. I love Twitch streaming, but I think it should probably be something that I do to augment YouTube. And it should not be something that I do to replace it. And I think after Twitch streaming for about 3 months solid now, I mean, I enjoy them, don't get me wrong, but there is a very different vibe to Twitch streaming to YouTube video making. How much impact did the window cleaner have on my decision to play FF14? I didn't want them to see me in cat ears, that's all it was. You know, it's purely worry on my part. So I would love to be able to just Twitch stream casually and have a kind of enjoyable time with it. But when you turn it into your job, when you turn it into the thing that you absolutely have to do every time without fail, there is a much more stressful energy to it, if that makes sense. Constant Twitch chat does have the effect of the dripping that hollows out the stone. That's a great way of putting it, Feeding. Another thing that I think people forget about, and this is something that will impact me, is genuinely, I do have a limited amount of stuff that I can talk about. Like, once I've told you my life story like 5 times, you don't want to keep hearing it. This is one of the reasons that Twitch streamers start to do React content. This is one of the reasons that Twitch streamers latch onto narrative games that they can just play again and again and again. There is a limited amount of stuff that I can tell you before you start going, we've heard this before, you're just saying the same thing. I need to go and have new experiences in life to be able to flesh myself out as a complete person, to come back and tell you all of those stories. If I'm talking for 8 hours straight, 5 or 6 days a week, I'm going to have a limited amount of time to actually do anything new. You should dual stream with YouTube since you have premium. No. I tried dual streaming with YouTube. It actually lost subscribers, believe it or not. So one thing that I will be doing more of is I'll be making more YouTube videos. I'll be doing classic RPGs, classic video games. We'll stick with MMORPGs. I'll probably alternate between Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft. That'll probably be the vibes for what we do. God damn, this guy's tough. Okay. Okay, so I've got a PvP build on right now, which is probably why this is not going to go well against a PvE enemy. But I wanted to have a PvP build on just in case somebody decided to get involved with the dungeon that I was in, so we could run away if possible. Yeah, YouTube viewers want specific edited videos. They want high quality, high production value edited videos. And to loop this back to a question that was asked earlier, do I think a lot of YouTube videos have quite unrealistic expectations about how high quality a video needs to be and the time it takes to put out? Yes. I'm not saying that they can't be made, but when you only have a couple of people, specifically one, working on them and making them, it is close. We want Josh to hit 1 million subs. You're so close. 998. I am. You know what? It's really weird. I thought that I would be so much more focused on pushing it to 1 million. And I'm just actually more interested in connecting with the audience that have got me that far already. Josh, I'll be honest, if you dual streams to YouTube, I would watch you on YouTube and not some on Twitch, because Adblock works over there, lol. Yeah, Voltar, that's why I'm not doing it, because then I would make less money, wouldn't I? You're telling me, hey, by the way, if you did this, I would engage with it because that'd be worse for you. Yes, I agree. You hit 2,500. Congratulations. Well done. It's difficult. It is difficult, so well done with that. You know, I thought I'd be more pushing it to get to 1 million, but I honestly think that I've enjoyed connecting with the audience more, which is important to me. You wanted to be honest about that? Yeah. Ooh, escape or continue. The evil presence has weakened. Would you like to return to the surface or continue? I'm pretty sure I can return to the surface. Entering a new dungeon will retain your increased chance of invading another player. I could try and invade another player. Now I'll go back to the surface. I know we're playing Albion, but can we put the cat ears back on? No. No, you don't deserve that. I'm not playing a Catboy, therefore it would not work. It would not make any sense. Right, we've done the Dueliste, 9 out of 9. Gatherer, catch 5 fish. I think maybe we should go fishing. It's not in the contract, guys. If it was in the contract, I'd do it. Blame Albion. Let's go and catch some fish, eh? Not sure where. Gotta go get my fishing rod first of all. But Twitch is background noise for a lot of people. There's a saying in radio, dead air is a crime. Twitch is background noise for a huge amount of people. It is difficult to engage in a long-term conversation on Twitch because the audience comes and goes. You have the Ship of Theseus version of an audience, which means that if you talk to someone and then you have the same conversation 2 hours later, you may be talking to a completely new group of people who think completely differently. So you have to try and work out, how are you talking to these people? What kind of conversation do you want to have? YouTube forces you to distill your argument or your discussion or your opinion down, whereas Twitch forces you to keep constantly having an opinion no matter what. You are a performer that streams, not a streamer that performs. Well, that's a nice way of actually putting it. Thank you, I will take that. I'm surprised how many people seem to follow the drama of like 10 plus streamers at once. People want stories. Human beings connect over stories. Stories used to be delivered to us through magazines, through the news, through the radio, through early game blogs and stuff like that. People would read things like Heat magazine, and OK magazine, and FHM and Cosmopolitan, and there'd always be some celebrity on the front with some picture or other and some kind of dramatic caption, because people in general want to know about other people's lives more than theirs. People want to know about the lives of the rich and famous. They want to know about the lives of the dramatic. They want to know about the lives of the awful. Reality TV has been around for a long time. This is just Big Brother, except there's only one contestant. It's me. I'm in my room, and I'm always going to both equally win and lose, which is interesting. Right, fishing rod. Let me just sort this. You know what? It's going to be easy to buy a fishing rod. So much simpler just to buy a fishing rod right now. You're a contractually obligated viewer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Would you say the manosphere is doing to young boys what Team Glam magazines did to young girls back in the noughts? No. The reason I would say that is because I don't think the teen girl glam magazines taught girls to hate boys. I think it taught them to hate themselves. And I think the manosphere is teaching boys that women are the enemy. I think the manosphere is about preying on the insecurities of young boys and giving them the shared enemy of women. And I think that the teen girl magazine, or the kind of late to early 20s fashion magazine of the late 90s to early 2000s, was preying on the insecurities of women, and they were making the enemies other women. I think no matter what's happened is women have always been positioned as the enemy within the insecurity area. I think that there's a lot of insecurity, and there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of lack of confidence, there's a lot of worry, and I think that the benefits, the best thing that we could be doing would be to teach guys that supporting people, helping people, not mocking people, and supporting themselves is the best way to do it. It is okay to be vulnerable. But all of these things always need an enemy. Iman says, women are always in search to find the Prince Charming to save them. No, they're not. Some of them might be. But women are not a monolith, just like men are not a monolith. You cannot simply take half the planet and say all these people are exactly the same. Not how it works. In fact, the smaller and smaller and smaller you subdivide a group to, while you might find more and more things that then make that group connected to each other, you will never find two people that are exactly the same. And I think, unfortunately, that taking any group and attempting to demonize another group is a problem. I think one of the most important things to remember, guys, is that one of the easiest ways to control someone is to tell them that their problems are somebody else's fault. If you are part of any group and you are being convinced that your problems are absolutely somebody else's fault, do take a step back. Now, I'm not saying they're not, but I am saying that you need to take a step back and critically analyze why you are being pit against something else. Who does that benefit? If there are 3 people in a room, one of those people will benefit from making the other 2 fight each other. Because then all of the resources that each of those people involved in the fight has are being spent competing with the other person. They're being drained. They're being assigned already. Whereas the person that is now not being attacked by either side, the person that is being respected and revered, or in some cases just ignored by either side, is the one that is able to use their resources to do whatever they want to do, effectively free of worry. Right, fishing. Let's... Oh, hang on. No, I've not got one. Fishing. Journeyman's fishing rod. Let's go. Let's buy one of those. And off we pop. Have I ever done fishing IRL? No, I haven't. Never really interested, to be honest. Never really bothered me. Okay, so how do you fish? How do you mine for fish in this game? I need to know. Where... If I were a fish, where would I be? I'd probably be north, wouldn't I? May you request a silent fishing session? You may request, but you will be denied. I do, however, think that it is exceptionally important that we connect with as many people in as genuine a way as we can. And if you are using hatred and fear to forge that connection, you are potentially not going to be forging the strongest connection. Because it relies on that hatred and that fear being maintained. And I think that worries me. I mean, someone earlier in the chat said that women just want to find a Prince Charming. You know what? Some of them probably do. And that's fine. There is nothing wrong with wanting that. Some probably don't. And that's fine as well. Some guys probably want to find Prince Charming. Your choice is either become the prince or find someone that doesn't want the prince. I think that we do live in a society, guys. We live in a society where those in charge benefit if we're fighting each other instead of them. I think everyone can agree with that. We live in a world where the jailer doesn't want to exist, but wants us fighting Arthas instead. I think I meet a lot of people who are very upset with the world. That's what it is. I think I meet a lot of people who are a little bit disenfranchised, a little bit angry, a little bit annoyed, a little bit upset, a bit irritated. And you know what? Fair play. And they're allowed to be. They're absolutely allowed to be. I'm going to go top north. And that irritation, I think, can sometimes, and you guys can correct me if you think I'm wrong, I think that irritation can sometimes crystallize into a level of anger, a level of resentment, a level of irritation. And what you can then do, if you are somebody who wants to control people, you can use that anger, you can use that resentment, you can use that irritation, and you can effectively say to these angry people, hey man, I get you. You're annoyed, you're irritated. But you know what? It's not your fault. You're being treated unfairly. It's that person's fault. It's that person's fault. It's their fault. You see how easy they have it? It's so easy. Unfair. Super duper unfair that you have to deal with that. And you know what? They don't. Madman, let's try and be a little bit smarter, shall we? Okay, I'm gonna time you out there, Madman. Guys, try and be at least somewhat smart with what subjects you bring up on the internet specifically. Do take a step back and sometimes ask yourself, is this the kind of conversation topic that thousands of people on Twitch are going to be able to have in a sensible and mature way? And if it isn't, don't say that. What I'm trying to do is navigate the emotional complexity of this topic without risking the emotional outbursts of everybody else. Okay? Okay, hang on. Overcomplicating Fighter has input. The Manosphere is not Andrew Tate. He's definitely part of it. The good actors don't teach anyone to be against women, but if you watch those bad faith documentaries, of course, that's going to amplify your biases against the so-called manosphere. But there's no use typing out how the manosphere takes have already been acknowledged in the mainstream. We better drop that topic. It's not controversial at all anymore. Lots of women endorse healthy, common sense manosphere takes too. I think a lot of people endorse healthy, understandable, decent common sense takes. I think the word manosphere itself has become tainted and corrupted with the idea of extreme, overt negativity, toxic masculinity. And there is nothing wrong with masculinity. That's great. It's the toxicity that is the problem when it starts to get into that. The problem is what you're then doing is you're trying to run defense for something people hate. Now, I'm not saying that you don't potentially have some interesting points there. I'm not going into it further. Don't come at me. Don't type it then. If you have a problem with me specifically, send me a message privately offline. We can discuss it there. If you're going to have a specific, effectively public forum discussion about it and type your feelings out to make sure everyone else knows how you feel about it, I would have to push back and say that the idea of positive masculinity is fantastic. The idea of strength, the idea of defense, the idea of support is brilliant. You don't like the term either, and toxic masculinity exists according to you. Yes, of course it does. The idea, I mean, I've met men that are like, oh, you're not a real man unless you can do this. You're not a real man unless you can do that. A real man doesn't drink that drink. A real man doesn't eat that food. A real man doesn't read that book. A real man doesn't watch that film. A real man doesn't like that TV show. You're taking the idea that the embodiment of what a man needs to be has to conform to a preset mold. And if I come out and say, actually, I think the film Love Actually, does toxic femininity exist then? Yes, of course it does. Absolutely. You're not a real woman unless you do this. You're not a real woman unless you like this or don't like this or support this or don't support this. You're using the idea of these specific structures and saying, hey, if you don't conform to this, then you don't embody any of the values of this. Of course it does. It absolutely does. The equal and opposite exist on both sides. That's not you. You don't endorse alpha male nonsense. Of course, I'm not saying that you do. I'm saying that you have to understand that society will think you do when you come along and the first thing you say is Andrew Tate isn't the manosphere, when he was for a long time. There is this idea that you have to regurgitate certain behaviors, not even embody them, just straight up regurgitate them. You have to do this. You have to do that. If you don't do this, you're not worthy of that. A real man doesn't drink this. This is a real man's drink. This is a real man's food. A real man is confident and comfortable enough in themselves to drink whatever they like. You want to go to a bar and order a milkshake? You go for it, man. That's your right. And what I'm not going to do is have my own personal... I'm not going to be offended that you're doing that. I'm not going to be hurt that you choose to do that. Why would I be? Why would it upset me what you choose to do with your time? Milkshakes are great. You know, I'll happily order a Bailey's. Because Bailey's is great as well. So I believe one of the things that we have, one of the worries that we run into, is this... Hang on, let me just... How do I cast the line? There we go. Drink a fruity mixed drink. Drink something that tastes nice, man. I think when I say toxic masculinity, people just think, oh, you hate people going to the gym. Oh, you hate men being tough. Oh, you hate the bro banter. No, I don't hate any of that. If that's what you're comfortable with, then you go for that. I will absolutely support your right to do that. What I would push back against is the idea that you feel that if people don't do that, they are lesser than. I think that there are many people involved in the manosphere who are lonely, who are scared, who are honestly just trying to connect. And that is a thing that we should be able to support and work with. We should be able to say, hey, if you're having a tough time with this, if you're feeling a bit disconnected, then why don't we work together on that? That's a great thing we should be able to do. Why don't we support each other? Beautiful thing to do. It's when it becomes damaging and it becomes more about effectively protecting the person's ego as opposed to helping them do other stuff. There are many teachers that I've interacted with who have the tough love teaching approach. You have to teach with tough love. And I say, what's more important to you? Actually getting the knowledge across to the person that you're teaching, or validating yourself? Because if you're a good teacher, what you want to do is get the knowledge across to the person you're teaching. That should be the most important thing. If you are an insecure teacher, then you are going to focus far more on validating yourself as opposed to getting the knowledge across. And one of the easiest ways to validate yourself as a teacher is to simply say, this is how I teach, this is how you're going to learn, and we're not changing that. It's very important to be able to listen to the feedback of the students, to listen to the feedback of the person you're talking to, and say to yourself, right, how do you learn? Because if you learn with tough love, then great, that's what we'll use. If you learn with slow, constant, consistent reinforcement, then that's what we use. If you learn that way, I'll teach that way. And teachers are also just as easy to fall victims to the insecurity complex where they say, well, this is how we have to do it. I'm sure we've all had a teacher in school who absolutely refuses to teach the way you learn, but instead demands that you learn the way they teach. They force you to fit around their framework. That to me is an insecure teacher, because they aren't willing to say, okay, maybe this isn't working. Maybe we have to take a different approach with this. Maybe the most important thing is what the student can and can't do. And maybe we find a way to ingratiate ourselves within that. And so whenever I speak about any of these aspects, of these ideals, I sometimes think to myself, when people... Oh, hang on. Hang on. Let me get off my horse. Why is that on cooldown? I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm playing as if I'm playing Final Fantasy again. There we go. Yeah, that person killed you and ran away. Wasn't able to get to them. You feel as though this is incredibly important. Hang on. There's a risk the discussion of the manosphere and toxic masculinity is so overbearing it's taken away from the real problem that 2/3 hold negative views of young men. Okay? On the men's side, the portion is 1/5. The young are being set against each other and taught resentment to an extreme degree. Otto, is that what you've been told or is that what you've seen? Because if you have been told that a lot of young girls are holding resentment toward young men, one of the most important questions to ask would be why. Now, obviously, I can't speak for young girls. And while I have at least a professional connection to what used to be the culture of young men, I also don't understand what that culture is anymore. It's changed a great deal. Is that saying that either of them are in the wrong? Or is it saying that we have a communication issue? Oh, Sir Ross, teachers don't have a choice. I agree. I was one for a long time. I completely understand how difficult it is to curate any kind of lesson, which means what we are doing effectively is we are taking a large amount of young people, sometimes 30 to 40 kids per class, who are insecure in themselves, who do not have the best role models, who do not understand how to communicate with people that they do not immediately identify with, who are effectively shown how they need to live through a combination of performative, over-the-top gestures with hollow meanings, or they're trying to do it for social media clout instead of the personal connection with another individual person. And then we're saying to a teacher, teach all of these people in exactly the same way, which is a way that they absolutely do not learn. It is a maturity issue. It is a communication issue. It is to a degree, it's a kindness issue. The problem is teachers that refuse to show any empathy or understanding toward their students. Chris, I can understand why that would absolutely be a concern, but there is also the degree that everyone in this situation is struggling. The teachers do not have enough free time and energy to be able to curate a lesson toward a student. The students do not necessarily have enough of a positive role model or a good positive reinforcement at either a social media level or a home level. We have a society that is specifically designed to pit people against each other and keep people angry and keep people divided and keep the communication down. We have a news cycle that relies on anger. You are placing a load of people that are all facing difficulties to do what would be best for either themselves or for everybody else, and then saying, everyone get on together, when people don't have that. Was the very smart chatter banned? Who was that? I don't see who was banned. No one's been banned recently. I think that, yeah, grand sweeping statements about teachers, about who teachers are, doesn't understand the reality of being a teacher. Most teachers want to do a good job. Most people want to. They genuinely do. The danger is that they don't have... The situation is not set up to favor anyone except people that actually benefit from people being divided. Consider that. Please consider that. What men don't get is that nobody is telling women to hate them. It comes from the experience with men. Meanwhile, men have the manosphere shit. I think that a lot of people are telling men to hate women. I've met men who are incredibly misogynistic in many jobs, but I've also met people who are very misandristic. And the one... I'm going to say something sweeping here, and it's going to sound horrible, but I think that at some point I do need to stick to my values. The one common thread that I have seen between people who are either misogynistic or misandristic is a lack of intelligence. Now, I know that sounds horrible to say, but I think it's something that does need to be said. Of everyone that I've ever met whom is a cruel person, every person I've ever met who relishes the suffering of others has, at least to me, not appeared as someone who does critical thinking. They are someone who does not naturally engage in joyful curiosity. They are someone who is not interested in learning what they do not know. And to me, that is a shame. I believe that there is, to at least some degree, a pride in ignorance. And whenever I've met someone whom is very wise, whom is very kind, whom is very content and comfortable with themselves and with others, someone who would extend curiosity, someone who would want to connect, someone who would want to understand before they condemn. These people are often remarkably smart, remarkably intelligent, remarkably wise, very learned, and softly spoken. Every person I've ever met who is hate-filled and angry has also not been very intelligent. Now, they might have extremely specific knowledge on extremely specific things, but it's rare. And I'm sure that's going to get clipped. I'm sure it's going to get put on the channel. And I'm sure people are going to say, the comments are going to straight away say something like, Josh thinks all people that dislike blah, blah, blah are idiots. Which itself would actually be a statement that would show a profound lack of critical thinking and a lack of understanding. I'm going to move, hang on. Let's do I want to change the movement scheme. because there actually is a key binding of move up, down, left, and right. Right, walk up, walk down, walk right, walk left. Cool. We're only fishing, so it's easier. It's your lived experience, so how can your statement be wrong? It's your observation. I mean, if you have lived a different experience than me, that's totally fine. I'm not invalidating your experience. I'm saying that in my personal experience, people whom I have met, who revel in unhappiness, who revel in insecurity, are often just remarkably simple people. I don't ever want to take pride in ignorance. If I don't understand something, I would like to be able to understand it. Can you still catch a fish even if the fish thing isn't there? I'm guessing you can't. You have to walk around till you find it. But we can do a fishing stream for a bit. Is Albion comparable to OS Crucible still on? Yes, there is. Oh, you can do it. Okay. I'll just throw the thing out then and try and catch a fish. Observations are an individual's perceptions, not necessarily hard truths. Again, that is true. And if you observe something different to me, if you have lived a different life, then your life is not invalid, your experiences are not invalid. I do think, though, and again, correct me if you feel that I'm wrong on this. I feel that what sometimes happens is someone will have a negative experience, and then they will have another negative experience that compounds with the first. And this will be the start of a pattern, because two things being the same could be seen as the start of a loop. And then someone will come along and they will say to them, you're absolutely correct, your loop is spot on, that's going to be the truth forever. And it's quite comforting, it's almost comfortable to be able to say, oh, I'm glad that my experience is correct, I'm glad that I spotted the loop, I'm going to engage with that and understand life as if that loop is real and true and a force of nature and an undeniable fact. When what it could be is you could have 2 or 3 negative experiences and then your following 50 or 60 could all be positive. But because you had those 2 or 3 negative experiences first, and then because someone came along and said, hey, you've spotted the loop, you're very clever, they play up to your ego, they say that you are right, you've spotted some esoteric knowledge, you give no reason to question that, it is comfortable to be acknowledged. It is comfortable and nice to have somebody tell you that you are right. Familiarity is comforting even if it sucks. So I think what then happens is you have people that have negative experiences, and then you have someone in a position of power or authority or any kind of level of respect come along to them and say, hey, well done for noticing this. That's fantastic. Well done. That's actually how it should be. You should stick with us and this group over here. You should run with us. That's how it should be. I think that what we're seeing is... No, thank you, Feeling. It's incredible. I think that what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of young people, and to a degree we're seeing people that are, in a way, disenfranchised, want a level of control, want a level of understanding. I mean, have any of you watched the... I'm not comparing these two specifically as far as groups go. I'm looking at the psychology that crosses between them. Have any of you guys watched the documentary Behind the Curve, which is about the flat earth theory? It isn't about intelligence, Josh, it's about the peace of mind. Yep, you'll be scared of men, you'll fear them to the point of hating them. I'm sure men experience that about rejection. It is the peace of mind, not intelligence. Iman, you have literally said that being assaulted and being physically harmed is the same as somebody telling you no. That reads as incredibly tone deaf. Typing out women who suffer assault are suffering the same fate as men who suffer rejection is showing that you have the inability to accept that someone says, I don't want that. is a complete no is a complete sentence, my bro. You know, but if somebody rejects me, that's fine. If somebody rejects you, that's okay. People are allowed to do that. No is a complete sentence. If you say, oh, men are going to hate women because they get rejected, maybe you got rejected because you're full of hate. And people say to me, oh, these people are just trolling. No, that's how people feel now. People are going to get negative feelings and opinions and ideas out of everything. It's a wild comparison and it's frightening. I agree. I think it's about the confidence of it. But you are a girl. I'm going to be honest, I kind of doubt that. I'm not saying that you absolutely are or aren't, but I would doubt it, because I think that's something that you would then say to effectively try and win the discussion. I think we have a lot of people that are trying to get along without understanding the way they can get along. And the way that I want to loop this back to the discussion of behind the curve is, you will meet a lot of people in life. Men approach women these days because it's not just no, it is, hang on. It is false accusations that can ruin your life. I think we're jumping to the extremes, aren't we? I think we're jumping to the extremes and we're trying to find a way to say, okay, we need to hate this group of people because of this. It's a very worrisome trend. And it's more, I think it's more prominent. I mean, you guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think my viewer base is a tad older. I think this kind of extreme push to either side is much more common in younger people. I don't know if anyone in the chat right now is, because I'm mid-30s, and when you get to the kind of mid-30, kind of early 40s, you tend to mellow out a little bit with stuff like this. You tend to have the experience of being able to actually chat to people and connect with people. But then I'm seeing now, I think a lot younger people are very easy to push toward hate. I think there's a level of understanding that is required to respect other people. Empathy has grown as you've aged. Excellent. That's hopefully what we would have. Your audience is also defined by you and how you are. I think a lot of people that come into this stream with either hatred or extreme opinions of hatred of either way, especially of a lot of negativity, don't tend to last too long because I don't validate that hatred. And I think that's kind of showing of what a lot of people want from Twitch. I don't want to validate and encourage behavior that I think would other a full group of people. Because as soon as you do that, you are going down a remarkably slippery slope of, well, who else can we lump in with this? Who else can we negatively affect with this? Who else can we punish with this? And I think that's because people are remarkably insecure. I've not seen a secure, comfortable, confident person also be full of hatred. I've often seen it with people who are either insecure in themselves or irritated that life is not giving them what they want. Sometimes you'll even see it in a way where they feel that they're being treated unfairly and they're seeing that other people are succeeding when they are doing things that they consider unfair. But there is one thing that I do I do notice a lot of, and this personally affected me for a long, long, long time. Have you ever been really irritated that what you see as injustice is rewarded? Have you ever seen it when... And I was having this conversation with someone. So I was trying to understand. And it was important to me that I understood. A friend of mine was saying to me that a girl he liked wouldn't sleep with him. And yet, she was spending her time going on dates with people that were treating her poorly. And he was like, that's so unfair. She's not giving me a chance. I'm like, okay. Do you feel that you are owed a chance? Do you feel that you are owed some of her time? And his answer was, well, no, not necessarily, but like, she's making wrong choices. She shouldn't be doing that. She should be doing this instead. And I said, okay, so could you just be her friend if you knew that anything physical was off the table? And he kind of couldn't answer that. And I realized that at that point, and we had a long discussion, and to be fair, he was very receptive to the idea. And I was trying to explain to him that what was irritating him was not that his female friend was unhappy or being treated poorly. What was irritating him was that the people that were doing that were getting what he wanted. And he felt that was unfair. And I said to him, this isn't showing respect toward your female friend. This is showing jealousy toward the way she's treated from other people. That's what it is. That's what it is. So when you see guys that are like, oh my God, I can't believe the girl would do this. Why is she doing that with them? She should be doing that with me. It's not, wow, I hope she's okay. It's, wow, I can't believe that I'm not the one that's allowed to do that. It is difficult to watch the life that you want be lived by people who are living it in what you believe is an unethical and immoral way. It is irritating. It is annoying. It is frustrating. It is in many ways maddening that you have been raised with a sense of moral character, and yet when you see people engaging in what you believe is immoral behavior, they are actually getting the benefits that you want. And you're starting to think, hang on, why am I engaging in what I believe is a fair, honest, just, genuine, moral lifestyle when it's not getting me what I want? Why are those who act immoral rewarded, while those who attempt to act moral are punished? Why is the school bully ignored, and yet as soon as the bullied fights back, they're punished? Why is that? Now, a lot of people like to come in with the idea of, oh yeah, life's unfair. It's often because that's the easiest way to deal with it. Teachers also do not want to deal with the bully's parents. That's what it is. Yeah, why do people who engage in immoral, unethical behavior get the positions of power, and yet the people who are engaging in moral, just, fair, honest behavior, why are they the ones that don't get the rewards? Why are they the ones that don't get to go and flourish, if you will? And how on earth does this relate to what we were talking about before? I think the way it relates is that we have a generation of people who were told that if they behave, they will be rewarded. And then, because of the internet, I don't necessarily think that the internet has made people worse. I think that the internet has broadcast the fact that worse people still do succeed. I think that's what it is. I I don't think that we are seeing... I mean, maybe it has. But what I definitely think that the internet has done, and again, correct me if you're wrong on this, it's shown people that the old advice of be good and you will succeed just isn't always there. It's shown people that in many ways, morality is a roadblock to success. We put that in the same way, Ked. That was interesting. Would I turn the internet off if I could? No, Scat. No, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And normally when someone says we should regulate this, they say it with the best intentions, and then it always ends up dangerous in the future. I agree. Tron, that's a really important point. Tron, you've come in with a great point there. If people say that they're irritated that the immoral are succeeding and the moral are not, you then have to ask yourself, are you acting moral because you believe the action itself is the correct thing to do, or are you acting moral because you believe the reward the action brings should be there? What matters more to you? The moment-to-moment action within a moment, within a task, or the result that the action generates? Because if you have a choice of acting moral and failing at whatever you want to do, or acting immoral and succeeding, then you are more bothered about the outcome of the task than you are bothered about the process of going through it yourself. So what's more important to you? Are we having a discussion about moral philosophy? I think we are. It started on that. Dio says results are all that matters, feelings aren't real. I think if you care about results mattering, one of the most important things you would be aware of is that feelings are real, and managing other people's feelings is one of the best ways to get the results that you want. People that say, I'm just logical, are often the most emotional when you point out that they aren't that logical. What is more important to you? If the end goal is important to you, then you would surely understand and want to be able to master every aspect of that interaction, which includes dealing with people. Those that don't truly care about others don't manage their feelings to get what they want, they exploit them. I think that any system that involves more than one person will, at some point, need to address the emotions within the system. It has no place in business. Dio, I completely disagree. As someone that works in business, I believe that most people will work with you because they like you, not because you're necessarily on about what they need. There's a huge amount of emotion to it. If there wasn't emotion in business, then we wouldn't need to go and have in-person business meetings. We wouldn't need to bother wearing suits. We wouldn't need to bother putting forward any kind of personality or persona. We wouldn't need to connect with the customers in any way. Emotion has a huge place in business, and if you believe that it doesn't, then you are missing out on one hell of a lot of business. People will return to businesses that they feel have seen them, not necessarily businesses that provide exactly what they need. You will go to a very slightly worse overall service if you enjoyed that experience more. Maybe you personally won't, but a lot of people will. And if you immediately push that away and say, emotions have no place in business, then I think you are losing a huge amount of potential business. Even if you don't feel emotions, it is important to know that other people, whom are your customers, do. Reagan, feel free to answer again. Ask again, I'll answer it again for you. One of the biggest differences I see between people who are remarkably successful in business and people who are not is that the remarkably successful ones often understand that it's not just the mechanical processes of running a business. Nah, just another hire. You think? If that's how you want to run that, that's fine. That's your choice. No one can take that away from you. But I think you are attempting to remove the element of emotion instead of attempting to understand it. Cyber says an interesting point. The genius of this stream is that Josh will analyze the beliefs and psyche of certain people who have behaved badly IRL in some way, and then those people will come out the woodwork in a defensive manner because their egos are bruised, and then those people become content for the stream as a whole. Yeah, pretty much. Lol, sorry, I'm just messing around. No, you're not, Dio. We are who we pretend to be, which means everyone in this stream now thinks of you as some kind of ruthless, emotionless, honestly quite bad businessman. If you pretend to be a fool, you will eventually be joined by actual fools who believe they are in good company. Life is contradictory expectations. We can hold two completely contradicting things, and it's fascinating to be able to think about all of that kind of stuff. So basically, would you still be lawful good if it objectively and quantitatively sucks to stay that way? That's pretty much the line between a lawful society and a complete anarchy. Laws are often, rules specifically, rules are often done not because people will or won't follow them, but because most people don't like making decisions for themselves. A lot of people simply don't want to think. And so if you say to someone, you're a social worker for 10 years, so yes. If you say to someone, hey, don't go in that door, most people will go, okay. A couple of people will go, well, now I want to. They'll go against it specifically. But a lot of people will just hear it and go, okay, I just won't. I just won't do the thing that you've asked me to not do. There is a saying, there's an old saying. You'd ask why. Okay, Dio, because you've been told to. Sometimes that's the exact reason. There is an old saying. Bad people won't follow rules and good people don't need them. And I thought that's a very interesting way of putting it. It's very reductive, it's very simplistic, but I can see where it's coming from. Bad people won't follow rules, good people don't need them. Okay, but there is a huge gorge between good and bad. Those people in the middle, that's what they're for. A lock does not keep somebody out. It keeps honest people honest. That's all it does. If a door is unlocked, you might be tempted to go into it. If a door is locked, you understand, don't go into it. But if you really want to get into it, a lock ain't stopping you. That's what I try and explain to people. A lot of the security things that you see about anywhere are not actually about preventing people doing the thing if they want to do it. It is about convincing the person in their own mind that they shouldn't. A huge amount of anything in life is psychological. Showing people what you expect of them is often more beneficial than setting yourself up in a way where they can only do what you expect. Consider this. I had a friend of mine that ran a card game shop, and they had a big glass front so you could see all of the stock, and they bought a really expensive security door, like a super expensive security door for the front of the shop. And I was having a conversation with them, and I'm like, oh, so, you bought a really expensive security door? I'm like, yeah, exactly. Is the glass to either side of the door also reinforced? And they went, no. I went, why not? He said, because statistically, most people who are trying to break into a place don't actually think of the best way to break into it. They just try and smash down the front door. And so, if we reinforce the door in a really weird, ironic, strange, paradoxical way, they're sending the message of we have security, even when the glass to either side, which was just the glass in the window, would have been easily put through with a brick. And yet the cost that it would have been to reinforce all of that window and all of that would then have actually shown people that it was worth breaking in. It was this really weird thing. Assumptions and survivorship bias. Data. It's not necessarily survivorship bias, it's also just data that they've had of it. It's sometimes about setting up the situation that you want people to think about. Why do you think so many shopping centres and stuff have security guards in them when they legally can't touch you or detain you anyway? All they can do is call the police. It is the idea of being seen. It doesn't surprise you, but it's crazy. Have any of you shopped from the UK, a shop called Home Bargains? I love Home Bargains. Home Bargains is banging. Have any of you seen the sticker policeman they have in the window? You seen that? Have you seen the sticker policeman? The cardboard cutout of the policeman? The sticker that's on the glass as soon as you walk in? The same policeman just staring forward at you? Would you be shocked to know that that works? Because all that does is make people who were going to chance a level of crime think about it and then say no. That actually works. It doesn't stop everything, but it stops enough people who were going to do something. Because one of the most effective things you can do is not prevent someone doing something, it's make them not want to do it within their own mind. That's it. And I try to explain this to someone. I said, do you want a security system? Because when I was doing a lot of retail stuff, I spoke to a lot of the security guys. And one of the things they said to me was, do you want to make it impossible for someone to break into your shop? Or do you want them to think about why they shouldn't? And the answer is, you want a kind of combination of both. So one of the first things you want to do is say, okay, here is why you shouldn't. You put a cardboard cutout of a policeman. Ah, yes. I shouldn't do this because I will go to jail. That is more effective than actually just preventing someone breaking in. Super weird. So when we're talking about emotions and psychology, when people say to me that emotions don't matter in business, psychology doesn't matter in business, it matters way more than most other things. It matters far more. Perception matters. If perception did not matter, do you think we'd get as many influencers renting Lamborghinis to take a photo shoot and then put on their Instagram saying, hey, look how rich I am, come and buy my course? It's a way of faking it. Because if you just said, hey, I don't make a huge amount of money, here's how I make some, people aren't going to buy that. You want to trick them. Perspective matters. Kimmy, spot on. Perspective matters. And perspective is often about manipulating emotions. Because if you want to get someone to buy your course to make a load of money, you don't want to just say that you have a stable pension and a stable 401k and you have good investments. You want to say that you've got a Lamborghini. Because that's what that person wants. You do not necessarily sell a product. You sell... If there's one thing I've learned from marketing, and if there's anyone in the chat who works in marketing, let me know. You don't sell a product. You sell a lifestyle. You sell the lifestyle and then you connect the product to it. You don't sell a beer. You sell the idea of a barbecue with friends. You don't sell a vodka. You sell the idea of a high-stakes poker table with people in suits. You sell a concept. You sell a vibe. And then you say, hey, if you buy this product, you have that vibe. Yeah, you sell the vibe. Then you make the item look at the source of the vibe. Absolutely. And everyone will buy things in different ways. Yeah, Sithis, that's spot on. You don't sell the perfume, you don't sell the cologne because you can't show smell through the screen. You sell the sexy attitude and life that that's going to give you. You sell the nice cars, you sell the nice suits and dresses, you sell the good-looking people, you sell the artistic Hollywood vibe. Exactly, that's what you do. You sell an energy. That's what you do. And whenever you sell that, that's what a good salesman is all about. Does that stuff still work on people? Dio, you seem to be doing this thing where you're pushing back. You're being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. I'm going to say something honest in this stream right now, and I'm not meaning to put you on blast for this. Dio, it's okay to be vulnerable in this stream. It's okay to be genuine. It's okay to say that you didn't know that, you don't believe that, you aren't sure of that, you're still learning that. That's fine. You don't need to put on a persona of you're smarter than everyone, you're cooler than everyone, you're better than everyone, you're different to everyone. It's okay to say, hey man, I didn't know that. I know it's dangerous and I know it's scary to be vulnerable, but nobody in this stream is going to take the piss out of you for doing something specific. And you know what? If they do, I will defend you on that. I've got your back on that one. But the answer is yes. Advertising absolutely still works on people remarkably well. Marketing is a huge, huge thing. Take any video game. Roughly 50% of the budget is spent on marketing. Just a quick time out. You don't need the fishing rod. You can have it in the bag. I suppose if I get attacked by people, I should probably wield in the dagger, shouldn't I? Just in case. Alcohol companies sell you the idea of fun. Absolutely. Madman is a great way to look into the world of marketing. There is a very well-studied psychology of marketing around it. And one of the great guys to watch, if you're interested in this, is a marketing analyst called Rory Sutherland. I would absolutely say that Rory Sutherland is remarkably interesting to watch. If anyone in chat is familiar with Rory Sutherland's work or his lectures or his talks or his writing, do let me know, because I think the stuff that he can pick up on is fascinating. Is there any healthy ego left on Earth? You know what? I think there is. I think it's totally okay to have an ego as long as it isn't at the expense of somebody else. It is, if anything, beneficial to have a level of ego, provided you're not doing it at the expense of somebody else's confidence or image. What's effectively self-esteem? Imagine the classic film trope of the bad guy that only wants to fight someone that's worthy of fighting them. And if someone else comes along, they're like, you're not worthy of that. I'm going to find somebody else. I think that's a level of ego that actually has a little bit of kind of confidence to it. What's the character in... Is it Jujutsu Kaisen? There's a character in Jujutsu Kaisen, and their whole thing is that they see themselves as like the main character's brother, but they also really want to fight them one day. But they want to big them up as much as they possibly can. They want to train them all the way and then be like, right, now you're good enough for me. Like Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. I love that kind of stuff. I think there is absolutely a level of valid ego. But ego and belief in yourself and self-confidence and even a little self-aggrandizing does not need to come at the expense of somebody else's happiness. That's one thing that I would look into it. Battle Beast in Invincible just wants a really good fight. I would say that an example of the ego taking over and being a little bit damaging would be, and I still think that this is probably one of the greatest villains in film, is who's the bad guy in the first Kung Fu Panda? I forget the exact name, but the tiger. Who is the tiger in the first Kung Fu Panda? Tai Lung, that was it. Tai Lung. I think Tai Lung is an excellent character. Tai Lung is entirely driven by ego. But Tai Lung, when you see his kind of entire backstory and arc, is actually very capable. He just has this level of kind of malevolence underneath him. And that's the difference. You can have an incredible skill level and you can want to support people and build people up instead of seeing yourself as better than them in every possible way. Which button would I press, the red or the blue button? Red. We spoke about this for like 2 hours yesterday. There's no reason to not press it. I noticed you stopped playing Final Fantasy XIV. It's because you hate the game. Please don't. Oh, Tai Lung is a great villain. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Peacock villain was also massive on ego. Kung Fu Panda went way harder than it had any right to go. Like, it's just a straight-up really good film. Kung Fu Panda's got some great villains and some great lines as well. So, that was a lovely question you asked earlier, Feeding, about is there any healthy ego left? I think there is. I think healthy ego brings with it a level of self-belief that does not come at the cost of somebody else. That, I think, is the difference. The idea of I'm better than everyone else and I don't like that because I have no one to fight sounds interesting. I mean, One Punch Man is about the Depression era of that, where he's so powerful he has absolutely nobody that can stand up to him. You were watching the VOD and got to that point and wanted so badly to comment on it. We don't have to get into it again, but I would press blue and I know that I would die. I don't trust humans, but there is value in me pressing blue. If I die for it, I died knowing I died what I believed in. The very first person to press blue is the person condemning themselves and half of the other human race. You literally don't need to press blue at all, in any way. Let's briefly go back to this, because I think people need to understand this. Everyone involved in the situation is cognitively aware of what the situation is. Everyone is mentally able to deal with and understand the topic. People are like, what about blind people? What about colorblind people? What about the elderly? What about babies? What about children? No. For the purpose of the thought experiment, everyone is able to understand the concept of what they're doing before they do it. Let's rephrase the red-blue question for anyone that was here. Imagine everyone in Earth suddenly finds themselves in a small room. In front of them is a single button. If you press it, you will die, unless half the people on the planet press the button. You can, however, make another choice. You can walk out of the room and not engage with the button. What do you do? Do you press the button to join the I'm going to die unless 50% of people also press this button random death game? Or do you walk out of the room and just not engage in any way and not be affected by it whatsoever? Because the walking out option is the red button. That's exactly what it is. Just leave. Just don't get involved. It's mechanically exactly the same. It's very easy to give an answer when it's not happening to you. I can give the answer right now. I would leave. There you go. That's the whole answer. Immediately given. No, the red button is actively killing people who choose blue. How? You might come... Okay, Reagan, interesting message. Might come across as anti-intellectual, but I generally think that philosophy is a pointless endeavor. Culture is an outcome of thousands of years of social evolution. No one man in his own life will be able to come up with a better solution than our collective history, much less put into practice. Personal philosophy is a different story, but I can rotate a high-definition apple in my head. I just think people overthink on matters that will have no practical impact on their life. Reagan, ultimately, within 100 years' time, there will be an entirely different group of people on this planet. I mean, let's give or take a few people who stay to live for over 100, but in 100 years' time, every human being on this planet will have changed. What we leave to them is the part of the process that we engage with, the writings we leave behind, the ideas that we kind of perpetuate forward. the discussions that we have. What you choose to do is your choice. If you think that philosophy is a pointless endeavor, that's fine, but ultimately our time on this planet is limited, and what you choose to do with that time is up to you. What you choose to leave is up to you. What you choose to not leave is up to you. I don't personally think that if you gain a level of value or joy or ideals out of engaging within any kind of philosophy, that's not pointless. But if everyone on Earth is forced to press a button, there will be children and infirm people who will press the button. Okay, Kiwi, remember that the thought experiment is everyone is cognitively aware of what's happening. Everyone is fully mentally capable of making a balanced choice. The point of the thought experiment is absolutely everyone involved is fully mentally able to understand the concept and the result and the consequences of both button presses. That's part of the experiment. If it was like you have to potentially save the rest of the planet because idiots are going to make idiot choices, then I can understand that. But part of this thought experiment is everyone is aware of what's going on. Let's go back to the button experiment one more time. Let's talk about philosophy. Let's talk about a real philosophy, okay? Here's a really interesting part. If you're interested in philosophy, if you're interested in human emotion, I think this will fascinate you. We can take exactly the same situation and we can frame it in two different ways to make people think differently about it. And people tend to take the value. The outcome of the button issue shows that you're either an ignorant egoist or have some moral values in you. Okay, let me change this around. Let me give you exactly the same experiment, exactly the same thought experiment in two different framing ways, two different devices. Let's frame it first as this, and let's imagine that everyone involved in this is fully mentally capable of understanding the situation they are in. Here's the first framing of the situation. Every single person on Earth mentally able to understand this situation, suddenly finds themselves next to a railway track. A train is going to come along the railway track. You can choose to step onto the track. If you do, you'll die. Unless 50% or more of all those people choose to step onto the track. Now, nobody starts on the track. Nobody's on it. Would you choose to stay off the track or step onto it? Bearing in mind the current position you find yourself in is not on the track. Would you choose to just stay where you are and let the train pass or step onto the track? Now, we're not trying to do a kind of weird gotcha thing with, can I push people onto the track? What if I trip and fall? What if I do that? We're not looking at fringe cases. We're just looking at an active choice that you choose to make. Now, personally, I would not step onto the track. Even though if somebody else does, they are then requesting that 50% of the people also do so, I would simply look at the situation and say, I am currently not in danger. I do not wish to choose to actively put myself in danger. Therefore, I'm not going to do that. That would be an insane thing to do. But one of the reasons that people don't want to do that is because it's what's called the inaction paradox. Not doing something means that you are not actively engaging with the situation, and so in a way you are innocent of it. Now let's take... Not step on the truck doesn't mean press the red button. Yes, it does. It means exactly that. It means you actively choose to take the choice that does not put you in harm's way and does not potentially cast you as a savior. It's the exact same mechanical outcome. You don't know if anyone else stepped on the track, though. Yeah, you don't. But what reason would they have to do? You are saving yourself from a situation that you yourself have caused. You're entering into a potential loop that you didn't need to enter into and doesn't need to exist. Red is not the same as not making a choice. Antics, let me reframe this now, because it is, but you need it to be reframed for you. Let's imagine the situation was exactly the same, except this time, everyone starts on the track. And your choice is either stay on the track, and if more than 50% of people choose to do this, everyone survives, or step off the track and guarantee that you survive. What would you do then? Because believe it or not, that is the same situation. It's just been framed differently. And the difference is the starting option. And the reason the starting option matters is because you are now pulling into focus the inaction paradox. This doesn't seem like the same question. It is. Because what you're saying is, by doing nothing, if everyone does nothing, everyone is safe. But if you take an action that protects you, that everyone else can logically take, you are potentially endangering others if they do not take the same action. In the version where the train is coming and everyone starts off the track, your action puts you in danger. But you don't need to take it. In the version of this puzzle where, or this thought experiment, where you start on the track, your action removes you from danger, but potentially puts others in the way if they don't take the same action. Now, the question here is, if everyone is capable of understanding the situation they are in, if everyone is mentally focused enough to understand the situation, why? Yeah, everyone's cognitively capable. That's the thing. We're not trying to do a gotcha of, oh, but there are babies, oh, but there are old people, oh, but there are, super empathetic people who will never change, oh, there's families together. Everyone has to make the choice for themselves. And here's the interesting part. Absolutely nobody is preventing you from making that choice. In my mind, I would step off the track. BTD, you said this yesterday. Do firefighters under threat when he goes inside the house of fire to save a human or items or pets? If he press imaginary red button, he would never go in the house. BTD, one of the first things you learn if you're in a position where you have to save other people is that you never, ever, ever put yourself in danger to do that. If you are a lifeguard, you do not jump in to save someone who is drowning unless you can guarantee that you are safe with that. People that run in to save people from burning buildings are absolute goddamn heroes. We had this discussion a few days ago. And one of the first things they do is take every single precaution they can to keep themselves safe. What I'm saying is, okay, let's take your example, people that run into burning buildings to save people. Let's imagine that everyone was in a burning building and you can press a button which teleports you out of the burning building, or you can stay in it. But if you stay in it, you have to hope enough people run in to save you. Why would anyone choose to stay if you could just press the button that got you out the building immediately? Okay, listen, Common Cone. The only thing making it more moral to stay on the tracks is some people are disabled or something in the example and therefore can't do the red button themselves. Common Cone, I need you to listen to me right now because people do not seem to understand what a philosophical thought experiment is. We are not angling for a gotcha. We're not angling for the, but what about the 1% of people like this? Everyone involved in this thought experiment is physically, mentally, and emotionally capable of taking any action they want to take within this scenario. What I'm saying is, if you were placed into a scenario where you were told that you had to make one of two choices, one choice was enter into a death game unless 50% of the planet make the same choice, and the other choice was don't do that, why would anyone choose to enter into the game? No one's making you. No one's putting pressure on you. No one's manipulating you. You have absolute free will and free choice, and you understand the choices that you're making. Why would you not make the choice that's safe? And the reason that people want to make the blue choice, because believe it or not, this is going to sound insane, I actually understand why people do it. Because the blue button, the choice to stay, is framed as being someone that saves everyone else. When the reality is you become someone that needs saving. You are not the savior that everyone else needs. You become part of the group that needs everyone else to help them. Was anyone, and I hate to do this again, you don't think 50% of people will go with the savior route? Nobody needs to go with the savior route. Everyone. Here's what I think people don't understand. People always go, oh, but what about the old? What about the elderly? What about the young? No, everyone involved in this choice has the ability to understand. One of the button is save yourself right now. And the other button is put yourself in a position where you need saving. People want to see blue as the morally correct option because you save other people. But you're not saving other people. You're willingly entering into the situation where you yourself need saving. You can tell you where the confusion's coming from. There's a similar experiment going on Twitter right now. There will be. It was the red and blue discussion on Twitter from a few days ago. What if somebody doesn't want saving? You know when I said whenever we talk about generalities, people go, oh, but what about this specific moment? And when we talk about specifics, people go, oh, but what about this general moment? When I say, hey, let's have a philosophical thought experiment, I don't expect people to sit down and go, well, what color are the curtains? It literally does not matter. BTD, a little example of the real red button, blue button. One guy sacrificed himself to stop a Russian column of tanks by blowing up a bridge. BTD, that's not an example of the red button, blue button. That's an example of a goddamn hero doing something selfless. Do not say someone who does something incredibly courageous and brave at the expense of their own life is in any way the same as somebody in a thought experiment saying, I'm willingly going to put myself in danger unless half the world saves me. That's not a real example at all. What you're talking about is someone way, way braver, way more courageous. Pressing the blue button is not, I save everyone else. Pressing the blue button is, I need saving. He could choose to run away. BTD, do you get that the red and blue button is not good person, bad person? It is avoid a situation that you don't need to be in anyway, and put yourself into a situation where you can only avoid it if 50% of people do the same thing. And the best possible outcome of that situation is the same result as just pressing the first button. The best result of the blue button is what the red button would have been, but for everyone. That's what I'm trying to get to people. You're saying, hey, if we all do this, this will happen. We all could have done that. And people are saying that, oh, you must press the blue button if you are, want to prove a point of this, if you want to be brave. Is anyone in the chat unsure of what the hell the blue button is? It's the logic of an egoist. As I said, you're either egotistic person or you have some kind of morality in you. If you believe that willingly putting yourself into a dangerous position that you need saving from shows that you are morally superior to people who aren't willing to do that, you are not morally superior. You are driven by your own ego and need to feel that you are part of a savior class instead of a class of people who are able to simply take care of themselves. That's the difference. Consider this. The very first person that presses blue is the person that is condemning half the world to potentially die. The very first person that presses that blue button is the one that starts ticking the death counter up. Why? Because if nobody presses it, nobody dies. Is anyone in the chat completely unsure of the conversation that we're having? Does anyone not know what the hell we're going on about? Because if you don't know, I think you kind of do need to know. Because this is going to be on Twitter. You have no idea. Okay, cool. Let me explain. I'm going to explain once, and then we're going to discuss it. You just joined, you're so lost. Okay, cool. Imagine, and what I'll do is I will give you the same problem in 3 different ways. Imagine that every person on Earth is suddenly transported to an individual room. Each person is in their own room. They are not allowed to communicate. Every person involved in this thought experiment, be them a baby, be them an old person, be them disabled, be them colorblind, be them regular blind, everyone is suddenly able to see and to understand the concept of the test that's placed in front of them. So there's no level of gotcha, there's no level of, oh, but what about a disabled person? What about an old person? What about a baby? Everyone is able to understand and logically think through the problem in front of them. This is vital. Everyone is able to understand this. In front of them, in front of you, are 2 buttons. A red button and a blue button. If you press the red button, absolutely nothing will happen. If you press the blue button, you and everyone else on Earth who has pressed the blue button will die. Unless over 50% of people press the blue button. So, you have to make a choice. Gender says, I will hesitate and never press a button. The point is not about trying to beat the game with, oh, I just won't engage with the game. The point is to understand the implications of both the buttons. If you press red, nothing will happen. You will be fine no matter what happens. If you press blue, you and everyone else who has pressed blue will die. Unless over 50% of the planet press blue, in which case everyone's fine. So let's just reiterate that. The red button is you will survive no matter what. The blue button is you and everyone who has pressed blue will die unless over 50% of the planet press blue. To reiterate, pressing blue is the only way that you can possibly be in risk of dying. And everyone involved in this test, in this psychological thought experiment, is cognitively able to make their own decision and understand the implications of that decision. If you're colorblind, you could mess up the colors. Please, feeding, please listen to me. Everyone involved is able to see and understand the choice in front of them and make the choice that they wish to make. The red button is always live. The blue button is die unless 50% of the planet press blue. And if 50% of people do press blue, live. What button would you press? Moonhaler says red is murder. Why? Why is pressing red murder? Because you are condemning the people that pressed blue and not joining them? I can understand that logic. But I would have to reiterate with the logic. They had the same choice you did, and nobody forced them to press any button other than red or blue. Absolutely. Why would you choose red over blue? Why would you start about logistics? How stupid not to pick red. It shows how self-centered the person is. BTD, I really cannot understand if you are trolling or if you just are unable to get this. I am asking you to make a choice where you either live or live if 50% of people also choose live. When the outcome, the ideal outcome of both those choices is immediately given to you by making one of them. Because there is always someone that presses blue. Just because that's their choice, pressing red is your choice to say, fuck blue, we'll kill them all. Okay. Dan, do I need to think, well, somebody's going to be an idiot and press the I want to die button, and therefore it's my responsibility to also press that button to save them from themselves when, and this is very important, and I reiterate this for the 5th time, everyone is able to understand the choice in front of them. Everyone. If you ask me to say, hey, I can either save myself or risk myself unless 50% of the planet come to save me, I'm going to say, well, surely the outcome for both of these, the ideal outcome for both of these, is what one of them just gives me from the start. So why don't we, the chunky whippet, I feel like you're getting rage baited, Josh. Oh no, I've got loads of content out of this. Let's do a poll in chat right now. Which button? Red, which is live. Or blue, which is 50% must press or die. You press the red button, and you live, no matter what. You press the blue button, you're entered into a 50-50 death game, where at least 50% of people need to be able to press the blue button, otherwise you die. There's a poll running right now. Third option, both. Crab, please listen to me. We are not trying to solicit comedy answers where we say, oh, I'll just press neither. Oh, I'll just press both. I'll press green. Just asking a straight up direct question. The chance of die is 50-50 no matter what. No, it's not. Press red, you guarantee that you live, no matter what. Even if the blue people win, the red people live anyway. There is no downside to pressing red. Absolutely none. Grumbly says, I would press red, but if I press blue, can I escape this, please? We're doing it again. We're doing one more vote. Let's see what people are going to go with. I think the only reason that people would press blue is because they want to see themselves as a savior of other people who would also press blue, which is made up entirely of a group of people who all want to see themselves as the saviors of the people who press blue, who are pressing blue because they want to see themselves as the saviors of people who've pressed blue. Despite the fact that you're not the savior, you become the person that needs saving. 86% of people would press red. Brilliant. Okay? Everyone's fine with that. Now, let me explain a slightly different thought experiment that, believe it or not, is actually exactly the same experiment, but from two different framing positions. Because this is where psychology matters. People saying that psychology and philosophy don't matter, it absolutely does. Human emotion matters. Because pressing a button either way is actively making a choice. And actively making a choice actually changes the psychology of this experiment. Let me explain a different experiment that has exactly the same mechanics, but reframing your choices. Imagine everyone on Earth suddenly finds themselves teleported next to a railway track, a train track, and everyone is able, mentally, physically, and emotionally, to understand the choice that's in front of them, and they are able to take the choice one way or the other. We're not looking for a gotcha, we're not looking for a joke answer, we're not thinking, oh, what about the blind, what if someone trips and falls, what if someone pushes someone? No, Just go with the thought experiment. Everyone is off the track. There is a train coming along the track. If you stand on the track, you will die. But if 50% or more of people stand on the track, the train will stop. Would you, who is currently not on the track, choose to step onto the track? Bearing in mind, everyone else has the same choice. Nobody's being made to do it. Nobody's being pushed. Nobody's being forced. There's no manipulation whatsoever. Everyone is understanding of the situation they are in. If 50% or more people step onto the track, the train stops. If less than 50% of people step on, the train keeps going and runs over everyone who did step on. And I reiterate, we are starting off the track. Would you step onto the track? What is the incentive? There is literally none. There is no incentive whatsoever to step on the track. You don't get anything. Nothing is being achieved. Nothing is being made. Nothing is being found. You just don't step on. If you see somebody else step on, you don't need to do it. Now, I personally, and this is going to come as a bit of a shock to you, I would not step onto the track. I know that's going to be weird, but I wouldn't do it. Let's do another little vote, shall we? Let's do a vote. Would you step onto the track? Now, I remind you that you do not need to. You are not currently on the track. There is no benefit to stepping onto the track. There is nothing to be gained. And if everyone just stays exactly where they are, everyone is fine. Would you step onto the track? Some people are voting yes. I'm guessing to troll. I don't know why they're voting that way. Surely the people voting yes are doing it for jokes. Potentially. But this is a really interesting... It's about to get super psychological, because what we're about to do is bring in a fallacy. We're about to bring in what we call the inaction fallacy. And that is where we perceive our actions as being morally correct if we don't do anything. So if we just don't step onto the track, we're not putting ourselves in danger, and we are not helping anyone else that steps on as well. That's it. Would you step onto the train track? Currently, you start off. You do not need to step on. If you do step on, you will die unless 50% of people also step on with you. Why is that a fallacy? Tran, you're about to see. You're about to see. Because believe it or not, these psychological thought experiments are actually affected hugely by the framing of where you start within them. All this red-blue bullshit made up to divide people more. BTD, I'm not trying to divide anyone. Ironically, I'm trying to bring more people together. Because psychological thought experiments actually have a huge amount of manipulation within them based on where you start. So everyone starts off the track for this one. The question is, would you step onto the track? 87% of people said no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't step onto the track. They would just stand by the side of it. Now let me put you in the exact same situation, but with one tiny change. And this is going to bring in the paradox. This is going to bring in the irony. This is going to bring in the fallacy. Because the situation's not going to change, but where you start within it is. Exact same situation. Train is barreling down the tracks towards you. You can choose to step off the track or stay on. Because in this version, everyone starts already on the track. Now, what would you do? Because in this version of the thought experiment, inaction is not only going to guarantee that your safety maintains, but it only guarantees safety if everyone else also takes inaction. In this one, inaction actually adds to potential danger for other people unless everyone else takes the same action that you take and steps off the track. In the first version of this experiment with the train, we started off the track and you had a choice to stay off or step on. And if you stepped on, you would die unless half the people step on. In that choice, you had to actually take an action to change the situation that you were in. And that action put you in danger, but potentially helped others if enough people took the action. So it puts you in danger, but helps, which can feel quite altruistic, can feel quite moral. But this version, where you all start on the train track, the action that you can take is to step off the train track, which is an action you can take that puts yourself into guaranteed safety, but in doing so potentially increases the risk that other people are now in. Despite the fact that all we've changed about this situation is where you start, not the choices that you have. We haven't taken the choices that you have away. We haven't even changed the outcome of the situation. We've literally changed where you start. So let's do a poll now. If starting on the track, do you stay on the track, which will survive if more than 50% of people do, or do you step off the track, which guarantees your survival, but if the remaining amount of people on the track are less than 50%, they will die? That's the question. Guys in the chat, can we not attack other people, please? Let's not do personal attacks, okay? Guys in the chat, if you want to talk, that's fine, but do me a favor and be better than personal attacks. So the question now with the thought experiment is, if you are standing on the track, would you step off the track? The only way the thought experiment makes any sense is if there's a majority percentile of the population that has no idea the thought experiment is happening. No, Dan, the whole point is that everyone is aware of this. That's the point. And sometimes people will message me and they'll say, if you stepped off the track, you chose to kill the people that stayed on the track. Because if you'd have stayed on the track, they could have had a higher chance to survive. And you know what? I do understand where that argument is coming from. If you step off the track and put yourself in safety, then you are choosing to kill the people that stayed on the track. But the people that stayed on the track could have made exactly the same choice that you made. They can also just choose to step off as well. You're not stopping them. You're not killing them for staying on the track. They are choosing to stay in danger. They are actively choosing to remain in a position that is only safe if everyone stays there, or at least 50% of people stay there. So at what point, someone said to me once, and this is the red button, blue button, someone said, if you press the red button, you're choosing to kill all the blue buttons. I said, that's not true. Because let's say 40% of people press the red button and 60% press the blue button, everyone lives. If what you were saying was true, then the 60% would have died, but they didn't. Which means me pressing that didn't kill them. They are choosing to remain within a situation that potentially has the risk of death. Whereas they are fully within their rights and within their cognitive abilities and within their mental clarity to simply not be in that position. Red pressers will enjoy life in prison. No, they won't. No. It's a completely secret choice. Being able to see the results before casting votes is no good. It's not true data. I mean, if anything, I would say that people with the anonymity of a Twitch vote are able to give that anyway. In this example, we have got 3 different psychological, philosophical thought experiments. The first is the red button, blue button experiment. And the reason that is slightly different to the train experiment is because both choices involve you taking an action. And one of the actions, the red button, puts you in safety, but potentially harms those that haven't taken it. One of the actions, the blue button, puts you in the path of danger, but potentially saves those who have also chosen to take that path. When people say to me, the red button people have killed all the blue button people, I say to them, why would you choose the blue button? Why would you actively choose to put yourself in danger when the best possible outcome of the scenario is the same scenario that would be achieved by just pressing the red button? BTD, let's change the situation a little bit. All your relatives pressed blue and your action decides they will survive if you press blue or they all die, but you will survive red. What button would you press? Would be nice to hear your answer, and can you make a poll with this question? BTD, so what you've done there is you've said, hey, if this experiment were different, it would get different answers. If everyone in my family walked up to me and said, if you don't press this blue button, we all die, and if you press the red button, you survive and we all die, I'd go, okay, blue. Seems like a bit of a no-brainer right there. I can't see a downside to that. Like, yeah, if we change the entire question around and we change the parameters and we change the information that people have, then the thought experiment is in fact different. But if you put me in a room... Okay, imagine this. You and 10 people are in a room. BTD, this is just for you. You also did 2 experiments as well. I did 3 experiments talking about the fallacy of where you start. But all of those experiments were about the idea that you do not need to put yourself in danger if the outcome is you aren't in danger. Let's consider this. This is for you. There are 10 people in a room. You are one of those 10. Everyone in that room is going to die. Unless they leave the room. And everyone has the free ability, the physical, the mental, the emotional clarity to do that. They have the choice to do that. But if more than half the people remain in that room, nobody dies. So you could stay in the room and risk. But the question is, you don't know what the other people are choosing to do. Or you can leave the room. I would, this is going to sound crazy, I would leave the room. What if it's a secret room? Obviously it's a secret room. I think some people, we're going to have to leave this here because I think some people are absolutely determined to see themselves as saviors for a situation that people do not need saving from because they willingly put themselves into it. BTD, earlier you said, what about the fireman that runs into a burning building to save people? And I agree that that is an interesting way of looking at it. But if we were to take this experiment specifically, let's reframe it as this. Every single person on Earth suddenly finds themselves faced with a choice. They have to either not run into a burning building and therefore not be in need of saving, or run into a burning building that will stop being on fire if more than half the people on the planet choose to also run into the burning building. I would choose to not run into the burning building. I know that's brave and courageous of me, but I would probably look around and I would say, I think the ideal outcome is not doing that, and I can actually achieve that outcome right now without doing that. Okay, Balguru, this is not about that specifically. We're not linking this to the right to die. We're not linking this to specific individual rights. We're linking it to what choice would you make specifically in this thought experiment. The parameters of an experiment need to be contained. The parameters need to be defined. You genuinely think people are trolling at this point. Canadian, they're not. They're not. Hooked on a Feeding says a brave thing. I don't think I would run into the building. That's crazy. Is it supposed to feel this clear cut? Grumbly, to you and I, probably. You and I would... I think people that have either worked with people or, I think, honestly, are slightly older, would look at the situation and go, I would choose to not put myself in a situation that is dangerous that I don't need to put myself in. Can the building have a pair of jorts on? Yes, Serene, yes it can. Inside the building is the jortipede. It will die if nobody runs in. Right, guys. People go into fires to save people all the time. Yeah, but they take precautions. You're not just going to get a fireman who has no gear on whatsoever run into a situation and turn around and say, I will be fine if half the planet follows me in. That would not be a safe choice to make. Right, guys, this red-blue issue is with lack of context. The logical experiment suddenly becomes real-life situation, and in real situation, you have real people who have to save people from house fires. They blocked that. Okay, cool, gotcha. BTD, this is a thought experiment asking you if you would actively make a choice that is risky or not, when there is no benefit. I'm not saying that you save people who are already in there. No one's in the fire. The only people, if you want to keep going back to firemen, the only people that will be in the fire are people who are voluntarily running into the fire. No one starts there. No one needs to go there. Why do I need to participate in this experiment then? I have come to the conclusion you are either 7 or an idiot or both. So I don't think this is worth continuing the conversation on with you specifically. But if you really don't understand, you can message me on Discord and I will use my brightest crayons to try and explain the situation to you. But for now, I'm going to go to the bathroom and scream into the void. Here's a DVD logo. Here's a countdown timer so you all know exactly when I'm going to be disappointed in you all again. Don't go anywhere. Or do. Please, God, do. Remember, if the streamer isn't back in 5 minutes' time, you're legally allowed to leave. Okay. Good. You know what? I'm glad that what we've done is we've isolated this discussion away from Final Fantasy. I think it's very important that we keep the FF14 streams Catboy fun, friendly, and free. I think that a game... It actually makes sense that Albion Online, a game that is effectively focused on PvP, does become confrontational with the audience. You was not prepared for the cortisol spike. I feel that sometimes we do need to be confrontational. Because if we don't stand up for what we believe in, then we have to at some point admit that we don't truly believe in it. When I joined, did you say you were considering creating more YouTube content again? Yeah, so I've been drawn back to wanting to make YouTube content, and I think what's enticing me to return is that I wouldn't need to deal with the audience. And that right now, honestly, it's It's a big benefit. It's what I like to call a red button problem. I think some of you will understand where I'm kind of going from with that. No, in all seriousness, I enjoy Twitch, I enjoy chatting, I enjoy communicating, but YouTube just hits that balance for me. The Was It Good series allows me to play some older games. It lets me condense my speech down. Twitch is about filling airtime with as much content as possible, whereas YouTube is about condensing the content down to be as high a quality as possible. You're going to take a walk. If you're not back, good health, great success. Thank you, I appreciate that. Josh, you said you'd have crayons to demonstrate and explain the problem. Are the crayons red and blue? You see, Red Sky, you have to... Red Sky, I'm going to give you a choice. You get to choose whether you want to use the red or the blue crayon. But, and this is very important, if you choose the blue crayon, I will slap you in the face. Unless half the class also chooses the blue crayon. But you don't get to know what they have and haven't chosen. You don't want to be slapped, you're picking the red crayon? He's a genius. Maybe they're into that. In that case, you can take the red and say, slap me anyway. You disagreed on Death Trap Dungeon. Death Trap Dungeon was a... What did you disagree on? I mean, there's a lot of stuff to disagree on that game, without a doubt. That was a complicated game, Death Trap Dungeon. Because you're probably right. I guess I enjoy it because I don't find it difficult anymore. That's, yeah, when once you get good at something, then obviously you're going to be good at it. That's the entire point. It's like saying Dark Souls is easy. It's not. You're just good at it. One thing that does irritate me over the time, and I've seen this happen a lot, tell me if this has ever applied to any of you guys. Have you ever met someone who is really good at something, and instead of saying that they're good at something, they say the thing is easy? Because those two are not the same thing. Saying the thing is easy implies that everyone should be able to do it. When instead what you should say is, you find it easy now. It's easy to me. Imagine weightlifting and bodybuilding and gym work. The weight doesn't get lighter. You get stronger. So saying that's a light weight might be true for you, but saying it as an objective statement isn't true for other people. And what you don't want to do is feel that you're demeaning people who are unable to do what you're doing. So saying this is easy, no, it's not. You're just good at it. If I'm good at something and my response, and I just say, oh yeah, this is easy. It's not. It's actually quite hard. I'm just good at it. I know what I'm doing. I don't think that Death Trap Dungeon is easy at all. I think if you're good at it and you know what all the moves do. What I don't want to do is discourage people who are just starting out. So Sella said it correctly. Saying that something is easy when someone has just started doing something, if they can't do it, makes them feel bad. I personally find Dark Souls easy because I am familiar enough with the game and its mechanics to know what my choices are and what those choices should be. But I do not think the game is easy. I think I can engage with it in an easy way. One thing that's very important is one of the elements of mastering something is making it look easy. And sometimes if you watch Olympic athletes do something and your response is, that looks easy, I could do that. You couldn't, because they've made it look easy. That's the point. Though Dark Souls doesn't require a lot of training to become good at, contrary to most sports, this is the big difference. Gullius, this isn't the suffering Olympics. We're not trying to work out who is the best at everything in the world. We're talking about the concept of you can be bad at something, engage with it, get better at something, be good at it, but the thing isn't easy. The thing has become easier to you. Playing anything may be difficult, but it may be easy to you. It's very important that you're able to recognize the difference in that. What do I think I'm good at discussing with Twitch chat? I think I'm good at paying a semi-amount of attention to a game while also engaging with an audience through a chat and not leaving that much dead air. I don't think Twitch streaming or making YouTube videos is an easy thing to do. I think it is a remarkably mentally draining thing to do. I think it is a very emotionally confrontational thing to do. And I think that I have to make a choice whenever I'm engaging with chat of whether I want to be emotionally vulnerable and connect with people who need to see someone willing to be emotionally vulnerable, or do I want to be sarcastic and distant with it in a way to effectively protect myself, but at the cost of risking that connection with someone who might come into the chat and see me being confrontational and sarcastic, who then internalizes that as the way we need to do it. And it's about balancing that specifically. I think that I'm good at walking the line between doing those things, and I'm not always saying that I do the correct thing at the correct time, but I do at least understand that those are the choices that I have to make. I could be incredibly emotionally vulnerable and open with everyone that ever comes into this chat. And I think if you were all honest with yourself, you would understand that as a bad idea, because there are people who will come into this chat with the worst intentions. There'll be people who come in as bad actors. There'll be people who come in with, negative preconceptions of everything, who literally want to upset. Their entire goal, their entire purpose is to be negative and confrontational. And if I were to let everyone who is in the chat in emotionally, I am risking my own mental and emotional health. But at the same time, if I were to push back against everyone who shows any level of connection, then I simply become a soulless, sarcastic, ironically relatively corporate way of streaming. And I have to balance between both of those things. Some of you have seen people who come in here with bad faith interpretations of everything that I say or do. People come in and they make jokes where I am in the negative all the time. If I were to respond to all of those openly and emotionally and realistically and raw from the heart, I would become incredibly jaded and cynical and bitter and burnt out. Nomad Poncho, thank you for raiding at the exact moment that I said cynical, bitter, and burnt out. That's exact. Nomad, in front of you are two buttons. You took some guildies to do some tracking. I did some fishing. Here we go again. Stop. In front of me are two what? We'll talk about it off stream sometime. Don't worry. It's not happening again. I feel that my chat would lynch me if I spoke about this anymore. How's things? You can't. It's not happening again. Don't worry. It's not happening. Guys, I'm going to have a panic attack. That's... Okay, so actually you won't have a panic attack if more than 50% of the planet... Is one of the buttons also wet? Could be. Depends if it's seen Nomad Poncho's gameplay. See? That's some good gameplay right there. Anyway, guys, we're not doing it. We're escaping the loop. That loop has happened. What I was talking about was when you Twitch stream... In fact, Nomad, you'd be an interesting character for this. When you Twitch stream, do you have to balance between being emotionally vulnerable with your audience and being personally defensive and sarcastic in a way that you want to connect with your viewers, but you don't want to put too much of your own sanity on the chopping block at the same time. I think a lot of people in Twitch don't understand that, especially viewers. They don't understand that in order to engage with an audience, you have to be willing to be vulnerable. And in order to be vulnerable, you have to risk a level of almost mental damage. And I think that a lot of the bigger Twitch streamers are willing and able to find that balance between letting people in a way where they feel like friends and not letting everyone in when you know that some people are just arriving with bad intentions. Some people don't want to be happy. Some people want to argue. Misery loves company, and some people want to drag you down to their level as well. Now, I never want to feel like I'm just being horrible to people. But I also never want to feel that I'm emotionally unavailable. So it's about finding that balance between being emotionally available. Hey, we've gathered some stuff. Right, gather 10 resources with enchantment level 1. And was there a fishing thing here? Fishing. Eat 10 fish. I could probably do that right now. Let's just see what I can do. Can I just eat some fish? Oh no, I caught seaweed. Okay. What if I were to eat you? And by that I mean the fish, not you, whoever's watching. It's a rough line to walk. It really is a rough line to walk. You have to say, right, how much mental and emotional energy am I willing to risk? That's the question. Right, hang on, I'm just eating loads of fish now. Can I change to the princess outfit? Yes, I can. Give me a second, then I will do. Right, I've eaten 10 fish. What's up next? Catch 6 types of fish. Okay, I can keep going with this for a bit. It's not a problem. You asked if there are things which are easy from the get-go without the hard part or without them making it easy. That would depend on the individual person. I'm sure some people find certain things easy and certain things quite difficult and draining. You guess you've been pretty open but have a decently clean line. I try to give people a chance when they're being shitty. Sometimes people are having a bad day. This is Nomad Poncho's answer, by the way. But some people just don't let up. Overall, I think I'm relatively lucky with being able to deal with people. I think what I try to do is cut off the super positive and super negative and read from the in-between. Neither of the extremes are healthy. Nomad Poncho out here with the best take. See, that's why he was assigned to me as a Twitch partner, because everyone looked and they went, right, Josh is going to be extreme either way. He's going to be a bit of an arsehole. We need someone that can chill him out slightly. We need to make sure that put Nomad with someone that just needs a break. That's what happened. And I think he gave the best answer right there. Right then and there he did. That's the good answer. Either extreme positive with no critique and extreme negative with no benefit is also dangerous. We're not going to make him choose a button. I will ask him in private later. That's what will happen. All right, don't you worry about that for now. That's not going to have to happen right now. Is this new content? There is no new content on this channel. Everything is a loop. The longer you watch this channel, the more you realize that everything I say, all the stream is just one 30-minute loop that happens again and again and again. I tell the same stories, I make the same jokes, I do the same things, the same mistakes happen when I said chocolate Chinese meal, or I said tank stance, but the wrong way around, then I got the letters mixed up and I said tanks, tanks. When I'm trying to do it, I can't do it. Stank tants, that's what I said instead. And then we had the red and blue button that we had to discuss about that, and then the human jawtopede got involved and the wet ghost happened. What's my favorite joke? I'll tell you my favorite joke, but you have to promise to laugh because it's very funny. So, I was at a friend's funeral the other day. That's not the joke. That's quite dark. It gets funnier. Bear with me. I was at a friend's funeral the other day, and I said, do you mind if I say a few words? And they said, sure. And I stood up in front of the funeral procession, and I shouted, bargain! And then I sat down, and the family leaned into me and said, thanks. That means a great deal. You get it? Do you get it? Good. Bargain means a great deal, but also when you say something that means a great deal... Right, there's another one. I'm losing some of you. Stay with me. You can also stand up at a friend's funeral and shout, plethora. And then they can lean in and say thanks. That means a lot. Some of you aren't laughing. Do you want a better joke? I'm sorry that I'm too busy to come up with good jokes. I'm actually hunting down the guy who stole my copy of Microsoft Office. And I will find them. They have my word. That's a perfect joke right there. You're not getting better than that. There is no fat at all on that joke. That is perfect. That's exactly as long as it needs to be. Some of you aren't laughing. I'm going to need an explanation on my desk by Monday. You've gone from chaotic neutral to chaotic evil. Unfortunately, it's so bad it's good. That's what she said. That's been my entire focus for a while. You know a good knock-knock joke. Do I want to hear it? Absolutely. Do I have to start it? And then, that's another good one, by the way. In real life, you can say to someone, do you want to hear a knock-knock joke? And they say, yeah. And you say, okay, I know this great joke, but you have to start. And they go, okay, knock-knock. And then you say, who's there? And then there's a moment to wait while they realize that they need to continue the joke. See? And then the comedy comes from the chaotic moment between the both of you. That's quite funny. That's a lovely joke right there. What would win in a race? A dog or a cake cost? Who's Steve Jobs? You have to understand a couple of layers of internet comedy for that to work. Okay? The layers of internet... Did anyone understand that specific joke? Right. The old joke is, did you hear that Steve Jobs died of ligma? And then it's an old Tumblr post. The first one was, did you hear Steve Jobs died of ligma? And the response is meant to be, what's ligma? And then the response to that is ligma balls. But the response was, who's Steve Jobs? Which is why that's now an anti-answer to a joke. Whenever anyone says a joke and you don't know what the punchline is, the punchline should instead be, who's Steve Jobs? Caffel just said, thank God, an advert. Look, some of you aren't as happy as you should be right now. I'm giving you actual gold here. Like straight up gold. And some of you are not appreciating this. Okay, what else is in my Albion list of things to do? I've got 58 unclaimed rewards that I don't care enough about to claim. First steps. I should probably take my first steps. I should learn some ropes. Right, create 5 sell orders, sell items worth 2 million silver to a marketplace. I've got an idea. Right, so one of my journal jobs is to sell several stuff. Dre here, message me that specifically. Okay, look, Dre, here's the problem. I'm going to read your message out, and I'm going to try really, really, really hard not to just reply with ligma balls. So, let's try. I don't want to ruin the vibe of the stream in some way, but I find you to be insightful, and I'm wondering if you have any kind of advice. My father is losing the battle to cancer, and has only a month left if we're lucky. At the same time, I've recently broken up with my girlfriend, and we're trying to figure out if we can find our way back to each other, or not, but it's just been really low lately, and I'm trying to spend time with my dad while he's still around. I don't know how to balance stuff right now. Stop it. Don't do it. Don't say it. Dre. In front of you, okay, fine. I'll give it like an actual human answer. My grandmother on my father's side, her star sign was Cancer. And we found that quite prophetic, if you will. Because she was killed by a giant crab. Now, I don't think this story will help you, but you have to understand it made some people on Twitch laugh. And if we cannot serve as a good example, we can at least serve as a warning. Mike, don't use my own unamused face as a gif against me. If you are going through a difficult time, your only real option is to keep on going. And you will gain the strength needed. There are lyrics to songs that sometimes give me strength. When I'm feeling overwhelmed, when I'm feeling low, when I'm feeling down, when I'm feeling that nothing I do is going to be able to solve the problems around me. And I am sorry that you're going through, honestly, what sounds like a hell of a time. And the lyrics that I often fall back on whenever I'm in difficult times and I'm facing what seems like insurmountable odds are: Rack City bitch, Rack City bitch, Rack City bitch, 20 on them titties bitch. And that reminds me that I'm not alone. You know, I'm going through a difficult time and I've got my friends with me and I've got the support network around. Some of you laughed. Some of you are feeling better. Not again. Who, maybe you didn't laugh, but maybe you just exhaled air out of your nose like a bull. That's sometimes what happens. How did you do it with a straight face? I didn't. I laughed. I was laughing inside. I find myself very funny. This makes up for all of the buttons. Some of you smiled, some of you exhaled. At least it wasn't a Rickroll. Oh no, we don't do basic things here. All right, we only do, I just woke up and I wasn't ready for this. That's what she said. We definitely do things a little differently. I'm going to keep... What takes no focus in this game? Like, I need something that I can just do in the background while I'm talking to you guys. You made a giggle. I fumbled my rotation laughing. That's exactly what I wanted. When something is that funny, I always go, ugh, good. I'm glad Josh finds himself funny. Someone has to. Thank you, Callian. I do talk to myself, because sometimes you've just got to ask the smartest person in the room. Ava Dungeon is a no-brainer. Faction Wars, go Morgana Dungeon. We'll just go and do dungeon stuff. Dungeon stuff's really easy. Hang on. Let's just stick a load of stuff in the bank. I'm one-button fishing in World of Warcraft. You could try that. I've got to play Albion Online. It's contractually obligated. I don't mind it. The game is fine. Aren't you the only person in the room? Yes. What color is the refund button? Both. So Wednesday is the funny Josh stream. I try and be funny on all streams, all the time. Remember, guys, I'm not here for a long time, and I'm not here for a good time. But I am, unfortunately for you, here. Hi Josh, how's Albion going? Great question, spank me daddy one more time. Sometimes you read Twitch names out, then you realise that what you've done is created a clip. That shouldn't have happened. Right, any of you need me? I'll be off to live as a hermit in the mountains. Can we play Devil May Cry 2 again? No, we can't. You should use that as a sub alert. I could look into doing that. Can you zoom out on the skill tree yet? Actually, yes. One of the updates they did put in from my request. This is how far you can zoom out. Josh, someone called Cum-Filled Cream Egg subscribed to the stream last week. I didn't realise someone was watching on my alt, but okay. Josh woke up and chose violence today. No, I chose comedy. I chose comedy. Sometimes you just have to be really funny. Wait, is this the world? That is the skill tree of Albion Online. It's less of a skill tree and more of a skill forest, I suppose, really, isn't it? Yeah, don't make me return to the Cream Agussi. Because that is the thing that is there. Let's go and gather stuff. We can gather things. Like, I'm a gatherer. I can go and gather. Did you have to train yourself through theatre or any other means to speak clearly and cut out filler words, or did you always have a high speech stat? I had to train for absolutely ages, Big Voss. None of this is natural. All of this is me putting a huge amount of effort into being able to enunciate, being able to slow down, and being able to process the words I say before I say them. And I still do get it wrong, quite a lot. But I try to hold a silence instead of using a filler word. Do I know the genie joke or the moth joke? I could tell you my favourite genie joke, actually, but it's quite a long one, and you've really got to invest in it. But I will tell you this joke. So gather round, children. In Egypt, many years ago, there was an excavation of several interesting antiquities found in the desert. Nothing super famous. But on the expedition team were a couple of diggers, a couple of scientists, a couple of surveyors. And eventually, one of the scientists, a young lad called Tony, found a golden lamp. And he rubbed the golden lamp. And out of the golden lamp, a genie appeared. And the genie said, Tony, I will grant you 3 wishes. I will not attempt to manipulate the wishes in any way. I will grant you exactly what you ask for. But you only have 3 wishes. And Tony, being a smart man, wanted to confer with his fellow scientists and his fellow friends first, before he started making these wishes. So when they were in the pub later that evening, in the little ramshackle shanty town where they were doing this excavation, he turned to his friends and he asked them questions. What should he wish for? What should he not wish for? What can they manipulate? What can they not manipulate? And eventually, after a while, so much advice was offered that Tony thought he had all the correct answers. And so he rubs the lamp and the genie appears and the genie says, what do you wish? And Tony says, first, genie, I wish you to make my left leg 3 inches longer than my right leg. And the genie was confused, but not wanting to manipulate any of the wishes or interpret them in a negative way, he simply made Tony's left leg 3 inches longer than his right leg. And then Tony thought for a while. He realized the wish had come true. And so he turns to the genie and says, Genie, I would like you to make it so that my right eye has twice as many eyelashes as my left eye. And the genie was still a little bit confused. But not wanting to question the wishmaker, he simply increased the intensity and the quantity of eyelashes. And then Tony sat for a long time, thinking, looking at his slightly longer left leg, blinking his slightly more eyelashy eye. And then Tony turned to his fellow scientists and said, "Lads, I think I've fucked up." People get so invested. Nothing happens. People are so invested. You don't get it. There's no joke. There's no point to the whole story. Nothing happens. I'm so proud. But nothing happens in any way. Oh, it's funny. Oh, we like to have fun. Oh, I need a novice's pickaxe. Wait, hang on. To that, I need a better pickaxe, don't I? Oh, God, there's just something funny about an anti-joke. Which is a joke that your auntie tells you. You kept searching for the innuendo. No innuendo. Nothing there happens at all. It's just a literal nothing joke. In front of you are two lamps. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Right, what are we doing? Hang on. What am I doing? What are any of us doing right now? How come when Josh says anti-jokes, everyone laughs, but when I tell anti-jokes, they make a new group chat without me? That's because you guys are a captive audience, and for some reason, and I'm glad about this, don't get me wrong, nobody's yet figured out that there are other Twitch streams. Hang on. Visit 2 royal cities. I've not even visited another royal city yet. I should go and visit that city. Thetford. Oh, let's go to Thetford. Just up and left a lot. Yeah, so there are other Twitch streams that I would honestly encourage you to go and enjoy. Hey, just listen to your chat about games not pushing the limit and saw the early Final Fantasy being under 1 gigabyte. So much content for so little space. It's incredible, wasn't it? To me, it was always the Pokemon Red and Blue. The amount of content they got out of Pokemon Red and Blue is incredible. That was my first impression of you. I'll stick around for a bit longer. Honestly, have higher expectations. You can do better. I believe in you. Right, we're going to go to Thetford and see what's going on. Thetford could be nice. Maybe it is nice, maybe it isn't. Don't know. Let's go see what's going on at the old Thetty Ford. We watch you for the meta humor. I'm sorry, I can't help being really funny. I could tell some funnier jokes, but I feel that you would be honestly overwhelmed by them. And I don't want the responsibility of being too funny. You were told that your existing black suit is out of fashion, but you don't understand how it's possible to inject time-based fashion. Look, the great thing about being a guy is that no matter what situation you're in, a nice, smart suit is always the correct answer. Always. Sorry to give away the secrets, but a suit is just lingerie for men. Guys, if you want the sexy cheat code, it's just as a well-fitted suit. Okay, here's a tip. Here's a tip that you all need to know. Okay? I'm going to let you in on the secrets right now. Do not buy a super expensive suit. Buy a slightly middling expensive suit, then go to a tailor and have it fitted to you. You do not need to buy a custom suit from scratch. You also do not want to buy an off-the-rack suit and then not change it. What you want to do is buy a middling expensive off-the-rack suit, then take that to a seamstress or a tailor and say, can you fit this to me? They will take in the area around the main button. They will maybe take up or extend the arms or the legs. They will look at the lapel. They will do that. That's the way we do it. That way you will get a suit that fits you really well and will not break the bank. Very important you do that. You don't want to be breaking the bank. You also don't want to be not found in a nice suit. Do not buy a brand new bespoke suit from nothing. Find a decently made one and then have it fit to you. What if you don't like suits? Wear whatever the hell you like. But I guarantee that finding a decent tailor who is going to be able to take an already existing suit and fit it to you is much, much more beneficial. So down left, up right, up right. Cool. Is much more beneficial in the long term than saying, oh, I'm going to get a fully custom-made suit. Don't do that. Caillou says, some men should lose the pregnant belly before investing in a suit. Caillou, I think that anyone finding the optimal happiness for their specific body shape is going to make whatever they choose to dress in look better. If you are a guy and you are unhappy with your body, then definitely having some positive reinforcement to be able to change it is a good thing. If you are a guy and you are happy with your body, then that's fine as well. You do whatever you want to do with that. I think there are certain clothes that will look better if you do or do not have a certain amount of muscle mass or a higher or lower body fat percentage. But if you are ultimately happy in how you look, then people can respect that. Do I think there are certain clothes that suit certain body types better? Absolutely. Do I think you wearing some clothes that doesn't necessarily flatter your body type lowers your value as a person? Not at all. And if somebody comes and says, hey, you need to change how you look to be able to fit that. No, you don't. You can absolutely be aware that there will be benefits to it. If you want to improve yourself, you go and improve yourself. If you want to live life the way you're living life right now, that's fine. Don't listen to Josh. Get the tuxedo from the movie Jackie Chan. Yeah, the movie, not Jackie Chan, the movie Tuxedo with Jackie Chan. Yes, that also works. That is also a completely valid choice to do. What about the mandatory suit on job interviews? Honestly depends what job you're interviewing for. Shouldn't we encourage people to lose weight given it's unhealthy? Depends exactly what kind of weight you want people to lose. I would encourage people to lose unhealthy amounts of weight. I don't think anybody should be living as morbidly obese because that's going to be incredibly unhealthy and unfun for you to live in that way. Am I going to chastise someone if they've got a bit of a belly going on? No, not really. You live your own best life. You enjoy it as long as you aren't being a burden to others, that's fine. I feel that if you need to take responsibility for other people and the way that they choose to dress and the way they choose to live their life, are you willing to take responsibility for everything else, and would you be annoyed if they took responsibility for you? Insulting people generally doesn't encourage them to do things. Positive reinforcement does. I'm going to say something controversial here. I don't think anybody should be living life as morbidly obese. I don't think anybody should be living life as, too obese anyway. I think it's a danger to yourself. And I think a lot of people who have been remarkably overweight, when they lose a lot of weight, realize that they were holding themselves back physically from a lot of stuff that they did want to do. But hatred is not always the best motivator. Another thing to understand is that unrequested feedback is criticism. And criticizing people for how they are or who they are is normally one of the worst ways to get people to change how they are or who they are. People will change because they feel encouraged to change, not because they feel discouraged from being who they currently are. If you want to encourage somebody to change for the better, it is important that you first of all understand what motivates them to change. Because if you start attacking them with what motivates you to change, or what feels good for you to say, then you have to accept that maybe you aren't trying to actually improve them. Maybe you're just trying to massage your own ego. If you want to help someone, first of all, work out if they want help, and then work out how you help them. Now, for some people, shame is a great motivator. For other people, shame is a thing that will simply send them into a spiral, and then they will do whatever they need to do to feel something positive, and often with a lot of people that's eating food. Which means that you're defeating the very purpose you're trying to engage with. For some people, shame works. For some people, it doesn't. And if your point and your purpose genuinely is to actually help somebody change, the most important thing to do first of all is work out what motivates them and why. Some people work well with positive reinforcement. Some work well with negative reinforcement. Some people work well with tough love. Some people work well with a nice, slow, caring approach. And if you are more bothered about using what approach you think is right, as opposed to what approach is going to get the best results from them, then you're not bothered about helping them. You're bothered about being seen as a savior. That's the important thing. It's very important that we sometimes place what's beneficial for who we're trying to help over what makes us feel like we're helping. Have any of you ever met someone who feels like they're helping, but actually isn't? I've met lots of people who tell me that, oh, I just wanted to help. Oh, I was just trying to help. Well, then why didn't you take some time asking what kind of help is needed? Why didn't you take some time to understand the situation, to work out what's going to actually be beneficial? Hey, visited 2 royal cities. Oh, this royal city is gorgeous. That's one thing that's missing from the discussions. Those doing the criticism put in the same amount of work, almost none, as those overweight, but different genetics and gut flora lead to different outcomes. Grim, it is undeniable that there's going to be a level of science that does work either for or against people attempting to either gain or lose weight. I've known people who struggle to gain weight. I've known people who struggle to lose it. I've known people who are remarkably in shape without doing too much. I've known people who go to the gym every day and are super strong, but don't look it. There's a lot of stuff. I think what tends to happen is you get a lot of people who immediately judge someone based on what they look like, and we all do this. We all make snap judgments based on visuals. Everyone does it. But what you then have to do is have the emotional maturity to not tell everyone exactly what you think all the time. It is okay, and it is human. This is something I need you to understand. It is absolutely human to make a snap judgment on someone based on what they look like. We do that naturally. We do it without thinking. What you do have control over is not whether you do or don't make a snap judgment. It's what you do or don't do to act on this judgment. You can look at someone and immediately get a vibe, a feeling, an idea, or a subconscious input. That's not necessarily going to define who you are. That's just something that's happened. What will define who you are is what you then choose to do with this information you've now got. Because what you don't want to do is walk up to someone and say the most negative thing you can possibly think of to them. And when they turn around, they're like, why did you do that? You're like, sorry, that's what I thought of. I thought I had to let you know. Some thoughts can stay in your own brain. I'll also tell you one thing. As much as the gym community might be looked at in a negative way, if you're overweight and you go to the gym, I guarantee the vast majority of people in that gym are really proud of you. I'm going to go to whatever this place is. Carleon. Most people that I've met in the gym are super supportive. If you are struggling with something and you put yourself in a position to better yourself, well done. Be proud of yourself. Don't get ganked in the red zone. I know I'm going to, because someone's going to watch this. People tend to try and avoid situations where they think they're going to be judged. Those situations are very rarely in places where you can better yourself. You will often be judged more by people who are not doing things to improve themselves than you will be judged by people who are doing those things. Because the people who are doing those things know exactly how difficult it is. The people that will judge you and tell you that you absolutely need to listen to their opinion and know their opinion, they're often telling you that because their actions are not doing it for them. The big, strong dogs don't need to bark. The people who can actually walk the walk don't feel the need to talk the talk. Sometimes I get people come up to me and complaining and shouting and screaming, whether it's in real life or whether it's via a kind of digital messaging thing, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, whatever it is. And I often think, is this person just trying to take back a level of control they have in their own life? Because I've met a lot of people who are just, for want of a better word, angry. Sometimes you meet people who are just angry. How often does someone scream at you in real life? Full-on screaming in the face, not happened in a while. But I was having breakfast after a convention at a Wetherspoons pub when someone from the same convention sat down next to me. I've never met this person before, scooted the chair close to me and went, "You killed my favorite game." And part of me's thinking, I don't even know if you mean this as a joke or if you mean this seriously, but to walk up to me, having never met me and never spoken to me, to pull up a chair and sit down next to me while I'm having breakfast and start the chat with "You killed my favorite game," that shows a profound lack of social graces. That shows an absolutely incredible misunderstanding of human connection and social scenarios. That is an incredibly weird thing to do. And yet, I interact with people who do not understand the correct basis for human interaction. I interact with people online who live their lives online and believe that offline interactions follow the same rules when they don't. I think there are a lot of people that message me and interact with me who feel that they've lost control of power in their own life and want to take it back. In fact, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said about the flat earth theory. I think a lot of people that get into conspiracy theories are doing it because they feel a lack of control in their own life. And they want to feel that they are in control of something, that they understand something better than other people do, which makes them feel good about themselves, which makes them feel smart, which makes them feel that they are part of the in-group when they normally are not part of the in-group. I think a lot of people that do that and get involved in any kind of connection or group like that are often doing it because they want to be part of something and they don't feel that they're part of anything else. They like the feeling of being right, and they like the feeling of being in a community. Right, 5-minute break. I've been streaming for 4 hours almost. Here's a DVD logo. Here is a countdown timer. Right, 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. Not your dad. What's happening in the chat? Someone fill me in. Fill me in on what is going on right now. Somebody explain to me. Hi, back. I'm Dad. Oh, just got dad joked in the actual... Can't believe we got full-on dad joked in the thing. Right, I've got an idea. I need to get to Carleon. Carleon is like the dangerous place. So, here's my idea. Get off you, unequip you. Bank everything. Alright, cool, everything's banked. Now go and buy myself an armored horse. But to make sure that nobody attacks me, I have an idea. I have an idea. Did you get used to the graphics of this game already? I got used immediately. I've played lots of video games. Been watching you for a couple of years. First time I checked your stream. Artie, you can still leave and your vision of me will still remain positive. I'm going to buy a horse. So, mount. Base mount. Rare mount? Is there a rare armored horse? Interesting. The Morgana Nightmare Horse. That's pretty cool. Move speed bonus plus 80%. What about the regular armored horse? Move speed bonus plus 70%. We could get the Morgana horse. Contractually obligated. Sounds like you don't enjoy this game. Oh no, I do enjoy it. This is just a contractually obligated stream. To make sure that we're all here and we're all together. We're all understanding. You know exactly what we are, what we're doing. I'm going to go with an armored horse. Maybe not a master's armored horse. Maybe we go with like a regular armored horse. Is there a tier 4 armored horse? A tier 5? Yeah, that'll do. Give me you. And then you get there. And then I equip. Now, watch this. It is going to be difficult to ride all the way to Carleon, which will involve me going very south and possibly north. And I don't think I can get to Carleon without going through a couple of red zones. So, here's my plan. Watch this. You ready? I left the wrong area. Hang on. Have I ever done a partnership with a company or a game that I regretted? No, I wouldn't say regret. I'd say that I've learned from some. I say that I've definitely improved what I do and don't expect from companies. But I wouldn't say regret. Right, here's what I'm going to do. Look at this. Ready? That looks like a warrior that you want to fight. But what if I change my wardrobe? That is a pretty princess that you want to protect. And suddenly, I am no longer scary. I am instead beautiful. Nobody's attacking this pretty princess. The RP is real. Yeah, MapleStory was... In fact, put it this way. I wouldn't have chosen to work with Albion Online unless I was comfortable that they're going to let me say whatever the hell I want to say in these Twitch streams. Like, when they contacted me and said, hey man, could you mind doing some Twitch streams for a bit? Possibly make a YouTube video? I'm like, yeah, but you've got to let me say whatever I want. And they went, yeah, sure. And I went, okay. And you know what? The reason that I am comfortable with Albion Online is because they are comfortable in their game. That is something that's very rare that I will praise them for. There are many game companies who are not confident in their game. And so what they feel the need to do is curate everything that everyone says about their game. Positive or negative, it must go through them. You've got to go through the legal checker. But one thing that I admire Albion Online and the team for is they know that their game isn't for everyone. I'm going to be real, guys. Part of it's not even for me. Like, I'm mostly a PvE player. When they contacted me and said, hey, do you want to do a really dangerous PvP game? I'm like, why would I want to do that? That sounds terrible. That sounds... No, that's not me at all. And they went, no, it's okay. Don't worry. There's a load of PvE stuff you can do now. And I went, okay, I'll give it a go then. I'll see what you're all on about. I'll give that a go. And after choosing to give it a go, I've realized there are aspects of the game that I do like. Now, do I think it's fully designed for me? No, not at all. Of course I don't. But do I think that there's stuff within the game that I can enjoy and appreciate? Yes, there absolutely is. Did the money they offered help? Yeah, of course. It's very important they give me the money in the briefcase. Otherwise, how am I going to get it? I did say to them, look, I can't be bought, but I can be rented. What you're paying for if I review your game is you're not paying for my opinion, you're paying for my time that I put into generating that opinion. And that is something that I will explain to people again and again and again. You are not paying for my opinion to be positive. You are paying for me to spend the time on your game which is required to generate an opinion. And then whatever the opinion is will be honest and fair and balanced. And when I said that, I've had a couple of gaming companies that say, we understand, we've seen your content, we're fine with that. Albion was one of them. Guild Wars was the other, Path of Exile was the other. And you'll notice that there is a very strong correlation between companies who are very confident in their product and not feeling the need to micromanage creators. That's what I explain to people. Like, if you've got a good product, if you know you've got a good product, then you don't feel insecure with letting people review it. So Albion Online have placed themselves into a very prestigious group, a group consisting of RuneScape, Guild Wars 2, Path of Exile. Decent games. Right, where am I? I'm in Kamaln. I want to go bottom right. Okay, cool. We should review reviews. Obviously, I'm going to address this at any point. If I ever make a review of a game and either money has changed hands for that review, it is on some degree going to create a bias. But it's important that I occasionally step back and recognize my bias. Yeah, there we go. I knew we'd be killed at some point. Well done, Lexus. It's very important that we create the bias and say that it's the time to form the opinion that they're paying for. How does it handle monetization? Oh, it's massively pay to win. It's incredibly pay to win. I can show you how. In fact, I even worked out that you can spend roughly $100 and max out any weapon skill that you like. So yeah, super duper, super pay to win. Oh, hell no then. Well, yeah, I didn't want to argue with you. What do you mean weapon skill? Ah, right, let me show you. That looked unfair. Yes, so this is a PvP game, which is pretty much about building up an unfair advantage and then just using it. So, check this out. Every weapon in the game is governed by this thing. It's called the Destiny board. The Destiny board covers basically everything in the game. If it's a weapon skill, if it's an armor skill, if it's a gathering skill, if it's a crafting skill, it's on the Destiny board. The more stuff you do, the further along the Destiny board you advance from the center outwards. So if you make a bow, you get good at making bows. If you make more of a specific type of bow, you get better at making that specific bow. And then you get even more item power when you equip that bow. So the more you do of anything, the better you get at it. You'll notice this part of the build over here is pretty much lit up for me. So let's go and have a look at this. Let's look at weapons. The Journeyman Hunter. By accessing the Journeyman Hunter, I unlock access to these weapons. And then by equipping those weapons and using them, I unlock access to better versions of those weapons. So if I equip a regular bow and fight with a bow, I will unlock the ability to use more bows. Basically, you get better at what you do. Now, consider this. Experience in Albion Online is called fame. And when you earn fame, you get better with the thing. So, if I were to say, you say it's around $25 to max out a weapon based on silver. If you purchase it from the black market, maybe. If you purchase it from gold, right now it's going to cost you about $100 because you need 34 million experience or 34 million fame. So right now, my level in bows is 0. So the only bow that I could equip would be the one from back here, which would be the Journeyman's Bow. So if I equip the Journeyman's Bow and then gain fame, I will get better at using the Journeyman's Bow. How do you gain fame? Well, you just go and kill stuff with it. By fighting, by engaging in combat, you gain fame from the killing of overworld mobs. If you go and kill overworld mobs in harder areas, you get more fame for killing them. Or you could go to the auction house and purchase an item called the Tome of Insight. Let me show you. You need 26,000 fame for tier 4 weapons. That's very easy. Nashar, we're not talking about that. We're talking about maxing it, like getting to 100. So what if I were to go over here and buy a Tome of Insight? I would need to simply search in consumables, tomes, Tome of Insight. It's a tier 4 item. There we go, cool. Adept's Tome of Insight. This is a consumable item that you can purchase, and it will give you 10,000 combat fame in whatever you are wearing. So, if you're wearing a bow, a plate helmet, a leather body, and cloth shoes, and you activate this book, you will gain 10,000 fame in bows, 10,000 in plate helmets, 10,000 leather bodies, and 10,000 in cloth shoes. You need roughly 34 million fame to reach level 100 in a thing. So if you want to kind of level 100 battle axes, level 100 bows, level 100 whatever kind of stuff, that's when you max out. I think level 120 is the actual max, but 100 is considered the cap for, you know, most purposes. You thought it was 40 million? I don't think so. I think it's, from what I remember, from what I've checked, 34 million. But I will have a look into that to double check. So if you can, here's the question. If you could afford to, you could literally just stand in town purchasing and reading Adept's Tomes of Insight to get a ton of experience. In fact, I can just do that now. I can just sit here and buy a load of them. These are experience books that other people have got as drops that I can just sit and buy and then use. And what we can do is probably find a stack, because these are like 1s and 2s, but if we just find a stack of loads, buy them all in one go, we can get a huge amount of experience really quickly. And I'm spending millions of silver to do this. There we go, 999 Adept's Tomes of Insights. We could spend literally tens of millions of silver to be able... In fact, you could buy roughly 1,000 Tomes of Insight for just shy of 30 million silver. That would be a hell of a lot of experience. Now, it's also very interesting to understand this. And I need people who play Albion Online to get with me on this one, okay? I need you on my side with this, so please pay attention. You can gain the experience through playing the game. And when a PvP situation happens, skill and understanding is going to matter. Undeniable. But you cannot deny the fact that there is a direct correlation between the amount of money that you can put into the game and the speed at which you can gain power. I'm not saying that power is the only thing you need, but if you take two players who are equal in skill, but allow one of them to spend real-world money, they are going to advance quicker. When people say, is it pay to win or pay to progress, there are very few games that are pay to win as far as the only way to win is to pay money. Almost every MMORPG game will let you get everything inside it without paying money. However, paying money will get you there way quicker. Is this pay to win? I would say that if your object of winning is maxing out your skills, then yeah. So how do we pay to win? Well, you can purchase a premium currency called gold. You purchase the premium currency of gold. Let's say this. Okay, let's look at this one. Here's the gold currency right here. You can buy 14,250 gold for $100. Remember that number. 14,250. $100. What you can then do is, using the in-game exchange, you can sell your gold for silver. So if we were to sell 14,250 gold, we would gain 102 million silver. Nomad Poncho says, probably worth mentioning the best players in the game are free to play, not spending money. In fact, historically, the inverse was the problem, where top guilds and players were real money trading like crazy before the ban waves. Pay to win isn't exclusive, winning exclusively because of paid options. Absolutely. Skill matters. Skill absolutely matters. But there is an undeniable direct correlation between real money in and power that you can gain in the game, or the ability, this is very important, the ability to re-gear after dying. So if we were to sell 14,250 gold, which cost us $100, we would then be able to purchase 102 million silver. So 102 million silver for $100 kind of dollars worth of gold. We can see that there is roughly a $1 to 1 million silver kind of value going on there. Okay? So let's say that we purchase $100 worth of gold. We have 102 million silver. We could then buy as many tomes of insight as 102 million silver would get us. That's going to get you a massive boost. It's also going to mean that you can buy all of the tier 8 items you need straight away. You're going to be able to buy the best mounts, the best gear, the best this, the best that. Now, it's not going to give you the skill needed to win, but it's going to give you the ability to purchase the best items in the game that you can then combine and add your skill to. When people say, is a game pay to win? And I say yes, and they say, well, actually, you can still get everything in the game by just working. I'm like, okay, yeah, we understand that, but you have to understand that pay to win does not mean there is stuff that you can only access in the game. It means what many people would consider the win condition, which is high level, high skill, high item value, and victory, is achieved quicker by paying. So yeah, you could then spend lots of money on gold, trade it to silver, because I've got 11,500 gold. You know why? Because my referral link from the original, stop trading me, my referral link from the original video is still active, and I didn't realize that. Supersonic, thank you for the raid, welcome in. You can trade either your time or your money for progression in Albion Online. You have to decide which of them you have more and which of them has less value to you. May I ask what my feelings are on cheat codes in single-player games? I don't care about them and think they're fun. Like, if you want to play a single-player game, then the devs can put in whatever cheat codes they want. That could be super duper fun. Is there a massive backlog with gold selling like in Neverwinter? I don't think so. Did I profit on my negligence? Yes, which is why I've been trading all my silver away to the guild. So Albion Online does have an undeniable link between money you put into the game and power that you can, in theory, get out of the game. I mean, in theory, but in practice as well. I mean, let's have a look at the best item and some of the best weapons. So, bow, mace, tier 8, enchantment 4. Oh, there you go. Elder's Incubus Mace. It's an excellent mace. 49 million silver. That's quite a lot of silver. You could buy that for, if you were to purchase gold and sell it, 50 quid. Now, obviously the great thing about a player-controlled market is that you can sell something for anything that you're able to find someone willing to pay. Same as RuneScape though, right? With the RuneScape token, absolutely. Although I don't think in RuneScape you can buy experience directly, whereas this you can buy experience. So you can buy experience. You could start the game, spend a load of money on it, buy a load of gold, trade to a load of silver, and be maximum weapon skill within a day or two. Probably within a day. Is there use for gold beside buying silver? Yeah. You can use it to purchase premium status, which gets you more learning points, more focus, more fame, more silver loot from mobs, more gathering yields, more farm stuff, lots of other stuff, and you can use it in a couple of wardrobe things. So you can drop down and say gold. So you can purchase these cosmetic overrides with gold as opposed to anything else. That's cool. Knight Adventurer's helmet for gold. That's very nice. I didn't realize that. I quite like the Knight Adventurer's helmet. You've also got some chest stuff that you can buy with gold. That's cool. From what you understand, there's no real way of buying gathering experience. I think there is, but it's way more expensive. So that would be consumables, tomes. I'm sure there is a gathering tome, but I can't remember what it's called. Is it Fame? What's it called? There is. What's the name of it specifically? You have to unlock tier 3 before you can buy the tomes. Oh, cool. But you can... They are there. Okay, gotcha. So yes, you can, but you have to progress through at least. You have less of an issue with a pay-to-win system that you do with an MMO that intentionally makes the free grind option the unenjoyable experience. I agree with that. So there's a classic saying in game design, and that is a rather scummy one, to be honest, and it's called create the problem, sell the solution. There are many games that specifically make themselves worse in order to sell you the ability to make the experience better. I dislike that. I don't think that Albion Online is deliberately making its experience worse in order to sell you something that makes it better. I think the free experience in this game is fine. Because what you can also do is you can do the same things backwards. You can kill a load of enemies, earn a load of silver, then you can sell your silver to get gold, and then you can use that to purchase the currency. I mean, look, you can purchase 1 month of in-game premium with 27 million silver. You can probably get 27 million silver pretty quickly by doing some high-level PvE or some Black Zone stuff, or even just getting some good lucky drops in dungeons and selling them. That's fine. In fact, I'm pretty sure I got a tier 8 glaive when I was playing. So there is absolutely a way to fund playing the game without paying money. But there is also a way of advancing quicker in the game through paying money. Undeniable. I think the gameplay with this is still fine. Every single game charging microtransactions with inventory. Lots of games charge for lots of things. And I can hold two opposing viewpoints at the same time. I can dislike... Oh, excuse me. I can dislike the fact they do that while still liking the gameplay of the game. Do you understand that? You can look at something and say, I don't like that. But I do like the game. I think that critical thinking nowadays online has pretty much made everyone think you either have to love something or hate something. That's it. How do I feel about the presence of fame tomes in Albion? Using it to max a weapon skill like a couple of days, playing then it's fair ground. I don't like the fact that you can buy experience with money. Because what we're doing then is we're prioritizing the experience points over the point of the experience. And I don't like that. I think that it devalues someone who has put a long time into using the axe. If I can just come along, drop a couple of £100 and be as good at the axe as they are. The difference, of course, would be the skill that the axe is used with. The difference would be the understanding of the specific control of the axe. However, if that's the case, what's the purpose of the mechanical level at all, if the skill matters more? What do you think in regards to that it's players selling these after finding them, not the game selling them in a shop? Now that is another interesting point, because it's players selling them after they have found them. Players have to find the experience tomes. They're not just given by the game to anyone that purchases them. They have to be created by the players doing the content. I think, personally, if I were to put them in, I would give the player a choice of, let's say that you got a Tome of Experience as a drop. Use it immediately for 10,000 fame, or take a sellable version which gives 5,000. Make it so it's beneficial for the player that got it to use it. That way, the player that got it is going to use it up until they have maxed out whatever they're using. When they've maxed out whatever they're using, then taking a slightly less effective but sellable version is not going to affect them as much because they now have no reason to use it, but it's also not going to make it as easy for other people to just drop a load of money onto it. But if it exists at all, you are still creating a line between money in and power out. That's the danger. That's not the real problem, Josh. Players in Albion Online who want to play all the time in the blue-yellow zone's fine, but SB already nerfed those zones so hard to the point that even the casual player is forced to look at the black or the red zones, and the player will see the toxicity of the player base and the corruption of the guilds. Okay, Edbrick, I get where you're coming from. Edbrick, may I offer a bit of a retort, if you will, that, believe it or not, I completely agree with you and also don't think it should be any different. Do you know why? Albion Online want the type of player that enjoys the game that it is. That type of player may not necessarily be me. But the type of player they want is the type of person that will look at the gameplay that it has, the PvP focus, the guilds, the ganking, the black zones, the danger, and say that is a game for me. And that's okay. All these people want what this game is. They do not want World of Warcraft. They do not want RuneScape. They do not want Path of Exile. They do not want Guild Wars 2. They want Albion Online. They want the ganking. They want the PvP. They want the danger. They want the corrupted dungeons. They want the gathering. They want the crafting. They want the highs and the lows of this game. And you know what? That's okay. As a PvE player, or a PvE-focused player, I would love to have more PvE stuff to do. But I am also not going to be selfish enough to demand that they change how this game runs to facilitate me. That is not fair. I am not going to turn around and say, hey, you know that game you've built that appeals to PvP players? Why doesn't it appeal to me? Because they've actually put enough PvE in the game to shut me up. There are dungeons, there are corrupted dungeons, there are solo dungeons, there are monster hunts, there is a massive journal, there is an incredible armory system that I still think is one of the best things I've ever seen in any game. Right-click on your own portrait, click Armory, choose what you want to do. Let's say you want to do Hellgates 2 versus 2, click that. You then get an equipment breakdown of every single possible useful build that you could do that with, based on what other people are wearing. You can click on these builds, you can see what they're wearing, and you can see the abilities they are using with them. You can even save this as a build, and if you save it as a build, you can then go to an auction house, simply go to your builds, and instantly buy everything from that build. I have already preset my dungeon build. I have preset my budget PvE build. We've preset this based on what Nomad has created for us. And you can then just rebuy things. If I die, rebuy. Search, there we go. Torch, Thetford, Cape, Bag, Armored Horse, Guardian, Helmet. That is so quick. Albion Online knows you're going to die. It treats all of its items as consumables. Start to have a look at your items as consumables. Mercury Doll says, but Josh, it's not enough to cater to me. I want them to not cater to the things that I don't want. People do think like that. People do think that straight away. This is great. This is an excellent system. I really like this. PvP main search was... No, that wasn't my PvP main. That was my Battle Axe and Helion Jacket. And that wasn't my PvP main. Where was my dagger PvP? Where was my double dagger PvP? I'll get it again in a second. I'm sure I had a build with it that Nomad created. Why are people blue? They've not yet loaded in. Gear as a consumable is a curious concept. It is. You know, one of the coolest things about this game is every single piece of gear is made by a player. Every single one. Which means if you go and check any individual piece of gear, you can see who made it. So if we go back to... If we purchase an Adept's Dagger pair, we'll be able to see who made it specifically. So, weapon, daggers... It's the dagger pair, isn't it? That's the one that you've made me use. Tier 5? Expert's dagger pair. So let's buy that one. And then we can look in our inventory and we can see it was made by Razakali. And you can click on Razakali's actual name and you can see all of the stuff about them. That is super duper cool. Love that. Everything equipable, everything wearable is made by somebody in the game. And I like that. Makes it feel like it's a living world. And it also means that there is a non-zero chance that at some point you will kill someone with a weapon they have made. That is kind of cool, but there's also no lore gear. Mindbug, I've actually put this in a video that I'm making about Albion Online. Albion Online does not have a narrative. But in a weird way, it does have a story. The game does not have a story. The game itself is a container of stories of players. That's the best way I can explain it. When you play Albion Online, you are not experiencing the story of the game. You're experiencing the story of the players within the game. And I don't think it needs a story so far as it doesn't need a bad guy, it doesn't need a narrative, it doesn't need an expansion pack with a big bad enemy you're going to go and kill, it doesn't need animated cutscenes with certain people, and I'm sure some of you are going to say, actually it's got lore and it's got history and it's got stuff like this, you know, the Avalon roads and all that. It doesn't, though, let's be real. Okay, it doesn't matter. The story of Albion Online is similar to standing in Limsa Lominsa and listening to people talk. It might be world building, but it is also completely irrelevant. The story of the game is the story that the players give it. The story that the players create. It is a mechanical playground for people who want to gank and kill other people. And if you want that, go for it. There is nothing wrong with wanting that. I think it was the throwing blades I wanted, wasn't it? And afterwards it's like, hey, here's the stuff. Go and do it. Is it as degenerate as Limsa? In a different way. And this is what I try and explain to people. There are many people that tell me they don't like... I mean, the amount of people currently in the game means that the game, if it loads in their models, is forced to load these models as blue. And if I move around, it loads whoever I'm close to. That's how many people are playing. There are thousands of people in this game. It's insane. Albion Online does not have to appeal to you, because the people it does appeal to really, really like it. And that is enough for it to exist. Not every game needs to be a game for me. So when they came to me and said, hey man, do you want to play Albion Online? At first I was a little bit worried. I was like, am I going to like this? And I've discovered that I like a lot of the PvE in it. And I like a lot of the exploration around the place. It's one of the Kickstarter success stories. I think I've almost got a begrudging respect for the fact that it specifically doesn't try. Hang on. There we go. A begrudging respect for the fact that it does not try to appeal to everyone. The planting, cooking, and building a farm stuff intrigues me. Have you tried that yet? I have not, actually. I have not. Is there a progression cap if you don't do PvP? No, in theory, but the stuff that's important is in So this is the landmass. This is the royal continent. This is where you're going to be playing around. And if you zoom in, you'll see that some of these maps are blue, little blue diamonds. Blue diamonds mean there's no PvP. Yellow diamonds means you can flag yourself as willing to do PvP, but you can also be attacked even if you aren't flagged. However, if you attack an unflagged player, you lose reputation. And when your reputation goes low enough, you actually prevent yourself from being allowed to enter the blue or the yellow zones. So you can be a bit of a dick in these zones, but there is a punishment in the game for doing it. The red zones are, you can flag yourself for PvP. You can also be attacked by people, whether you are or aren't flagged. And if they kill you, you lose all your stuff. You drop what is equipped and you drop what's in your inventory. You don't lose your silver and you don't lose your gold. So yellow zones, if you get killed in a yellow zone, by the way, you don't lose your stuff. You just get knocked unconscious, and then after a minute or two, you get back up. So blue zones, totally safe. Yellow zones, optional PvP that you might be forced into that is safe if you die. Red zones, optional PvP that you might be forced into that isn't safe if you die. But you'll notice that the royal continent is only a small landmass, and if you go north, we get to the actual game. These zones are mostly black zones. Black zones are full PvP, absolutely no reason to not attack somebody, no reputation loss if you do go and kill someone. Loads of maps, loads of places, loads of guild hideouts, high-level resources, high-level crafting stuff, no rules, go wild. Now, black zones give you bonuses to find better resources and higher resources in general. Now, I've often said that full loot PvP is only good when whatever you lose can be very quickly replenished. And in Albion, it can. It's still not... Sorry, I was distracted. It's still not a specific design choice that I will spend a huge amount of time playing, but I appreciate the fact that if you die, you can rebuild very quickly. That's the important part. Sorry, I was stun-locked by the jiggle physics. So in the video that I'm making about Albion, just so you know, I do use the word jiggle physics quite a lot. I'm going to go to my loadouts and I'm going to purchase... What was my... If I die, rebuy? What was that? That was a torch and an axe. And this is the loadout. That was a torch and an axe and major heat. Let's just buy all of that. Buy and equip.
Come again.
Okay, cool. Now I'm going to grab a map so I can do a map for a second. Let's just forget that. Purchase consumables. Is it maps? Map. Random dungeon, solo, tier 5. Yeah, 5 is fine. Go. Let's grab one of those.
My pleasure.
Okay, cool. I'm going to find a tier 5 area. Why are you not bound to something? Oh, I haven't rebound you. That's what it was. You tried for a bit but stopped because you don't want to be hard stopped by PvP. PvP is something... Here's something that I need people to understand as well. So many PvP people have contacted me and said, I hate the fact that there's PvE being added to the game. Okay, consider this. Lots of players are PvE players. If you put PvE in your game, you will attract them in. When they are attracted in, then maybe you can convince them to do a little bit of PvP. Once they're in the game, then you say, hey, why don't you give it a go? Why don't you, you're here now. Why not? Be rude not to. That's what you need. You attract the PvE players in. And then when you've attracted them in, when they're in the game already, that's when you say, haha. And now we get involved. Now we do this kind of stuff. They might have fun. They might even enjoy it. Yeah, you get them in by fishing, you get them in by mining, you get them in almost a relaxed way. And then you hit them with, hey, guess what? Maybe you should give it a little go now you're here. It'd be rude to not stab a guy at least once. If someone hands you a pair of daggers, it's rude to not stab someone in the game. That is why appealing to PvE players can sometimes be a benefit to a PvE game. Not because you're diluting the focus of your game, but because you're getting other people into your game who might initially not like it. In paper it sounds great, a dangerous zone with high quality resources, but those zones are heavily controlled by guilds that do real money trading, or worse. Don't be a fool in this one, like Eves. The guild politics and the controlling map drama is a masquerade for bad people that don't care about the community or profit. Probably. I'm sure it's undeniable there are going to be people in the game who take it very, very seriously because they probably earn some money from it. That happens with any MMORPG. I'm pretty sure RuneScape's gold has held up Venezuela for a while now. There are absolutely going to be people who benefit from making the game a super serious thing. That's going to be true. Because there are going to be countries where the in-game currency is more valuable than whatever the actual country's currency is. There were robbers waiting for clueless merchant. This day, I remember how good it felt to have escaped from that, leaving on the merchant. But what we also can't do is we can't look at every single video game as just a black market for other countries' nefarious deeds. A lot of it is just people playing the game. While I understand that there will be a lot of people who want to take the game honestly way too seriously, a lot of it... Right, I can just use Q&E, that's fine. A lot of it is going to be a case of just having fun with it. I mean, every single top guild will get accused by every other top guild of being nefarious with it. But let's imagine that there are a couple of people who do join the top guilds, who spend some time locking down the areas, who have a really fun time with everything. Those people are getting the exact game that they want. Maybe not every person can be happy with how the game is, but the people that do have it, goddamn, they're getting the game they want. And sometimes that has a value to it as well. Every game is rife with real money trading as soon as the game hits any level of value. There are MMORPG games you've never even heard of that will have real money trading going on because someone, somewhere, will give them money. But as far as Albion Online goes, I don't know enough about it to talk with any authority on the real money trading situation. While I don't doubt it exists, I also don't think it's going to be the focus of the vast majority of a player base. World boss mafias are crazy prevalent, though. Is that the guilds that lock down the big world bosses so you can't go and do the world boss unless you're in that guild? Because if that's the case, I'm going to say something really weird. If that's the design the game has chosen to go with, then they are trying to appeal to people that want that design. And while that may not be design that I personally like, they have chosen to appeal to that. I have met some people whose livelihood relies on them being good at video games. I've met people whose, not necessarily livelihood, but emotional validation comes from video games. You ever met those people? It's often people that don't have a lot of power in their everyday life. They don't have a lot of control, and so they latch on to what they can control, which just so happens to be how good they are in a video game. If being good at a video game pays your bills, then you've got a reason to want to be good at it. If being good at a video game validates your own emotions and feelings, you've got another pretty bloody good reason to want to be good at it. Because I've met some people who will laugh at those who are not as good as them at a game. And that's just how they want to be. That's how they want to live their life and what they want to do. Do I vibe with it? No, not really. But the big question is, can I enjoy Albion without it? And the answer is yes. Are those people older than 15? Yes, they are. Of course they are. I think sometimes we almost give people a pass to act like a child because they are young, when there are many kids that understand that that kind of behavior in a game is not acceptable, and there are many adults who use that kind of behavior to validate themselves. Otto says they usually buy the world boss zone control from an active guild that controls the immediate area, then they lock it down with players patrolling it, then they fight with other world bosses to get the money off the access they're in. Okay, if that's what they want to do, that's what they want, that's the game that exists. Hey, we got some tomes. In fact, we got 4 beginners tomes of insight. That's 4,000 combat fame in whatever we need the combat fame in. I'm not going to sit here and say that I think that everything about Albion Online is just this massive, huge money laundering scam or scheme. It isn't. It's a video game. There are going to be people that use it for nefarious purposes, as there are with any video game that exists that has a player base that are willing to buy something. But I think that a lot of players use video games as emotional validation instead of just mechanical enjoyment or mechanical relaxing. There are certain people who log into a game in order to get the validation they need from everywhere else in life. And that is when you get people who are honestly quite scary to deal with. Albion is a scam trying to get new players to join because nobody stays. That's immediately provable as incorrect because there are people in this chat that have played for a long time and are still playing. You may have your own problems with it, but to say it's a game that nobody stays playing is just, that's objectively provably wrong. If you want to critique something, it normally helps to not start with something that is emotionally driven. If you turn around and say, hey, this thing sucks because of an emotionally driven reason, you're framing your entire critique of it as something that personally upset you that you need to get out, instead of something that you believe you have noticed as an objective trend over the years. There have been hundreds of people that have joined the guild. There have been hundreds of people that have been active within the Discord that we have. Loads of people. I think what happens is people download a game, they play a game, they get into the game, they leave the game, and then they get hurt by the game, so they look for ways to hurt it. Have you ever noticed that sometimes when people get hurt, their first response is to try and hurt the thing that hurt them back? That, I think, happens a lot with MMORPGs. How do you get hurt by a game? You invest your time into it, you invest your emotional validation into it, you start to see it as a part of your personality, you start to see it as a part of your daily routine. Then the game changes and updates in ways that you can't like. Then you start to look behind the facade and realize that behind the curtain the game was always corrupt in ways that you may not have always seen before. The same way that you can be hurt by any system if you engage with it for long enough. You start to realize that parts of the system aren't the way you thought they were. You've invested far too much of your own validation into it, and so having to deal with that then hurts you. That's how you get hurt by a game. It's not that deep, people just don't say. No, Hokie, I really hate when people say it's not that deep, because it's a way of almost demonizing and pushing back against intellectual discussion. Saying it's not that deep implies there's no reasons beyond an extremely surface level explanation, and that's not always true. If someone says it's not that deep, they're basically saying that they can't see any depth to it. There are a huge amount of things that have a remarkable amount of depth to them. Please don't devalue someone's argument by pushing back with, it's not that deep. Because it might be. But unless we are willing to look, we won't know. And if you immediately push back with, it's not that deep, you're saying that you are unwilling to look, and you think that people that are willing to look are fools. I don't like that. I think there will be a lot of stuff that is remarkably deep that we need to encourage people to be willing to look for. Unfortunately, I think what people tend to do is they feel insecure in their own position, and they feel insecure in their ability to analyze things. So when somebody does start analyzing something, instead of listening, they have to add something in that makes them feel smart. And the way they normally do that is by trying to belittle the people that are trying to talk about it. I mean, it can be very surface level, absolutely. But we need to be willing to be vulnerable and talk about it. We do also need to understand that some people just don't like thinking deeply about things. Some people like to have a surface level answer because a surface level answer is easy. You saw the video on Mirror's Edge. Oh, thanks, man. I've not played the sequel yet, Mike. Is the sequel any good? Mirror's Edge... was it Catalyst? I think it was Catalyst. I've not seen that one. I've not played that one yet. They changed the graphics very slightly, didn't they, for it? But I am looking forward to playing it at some point. Can we have a guild purge? Yeah, sure, why not? You were last online 1 week ago. Get out of here. Right, if you were last online more than 4 days ago, you've been kicked out of the guild. Cue a load of people suddenly panic logging in. Sorry, fart balls, but you need to be kicked. How you see Albion Online in terms of game mechanic complexity? Does it allow interesting builds and customization? Yes, it does. Requires a... oh, hang on. Huge... Right, here's something that really irritates me. I'm just going to say. When you scroll down to the bottom of the guild list, when you let go of left click, the guild list refreshes if somebody logs in. Which means if you scroll down and then go to click on the kick button, if somebody logs in, it instantly takes you very back to the top, which is super irritating. Because I need to make sure that I'm not... I nearly kicked Jack Whitesloth. So I'm kicking Alco. And I've got to make sure the name matches up to the person that I am kicking. Otherwise, I'm kicking somebody who's logging in often. Can you filter to not online? I don't believe so. You can go with online or A to Z. To filter not online, you just stroll down. Yeah, if someone's not been online in 5 days, they do need to get kicked now. The Crucible only has a couple of days left to it, and I want people to be able to have a chance. So if you have... yeah, let's do 4 days. If you wish to join, you can simply send an application. I can't guarantee you'll get in because we have 204 people waiting. But what I can do Scroll down. Kick everyone that's not been online for at least 4 days, because we've only got 4 days left of the Crucible. And then give people a chance to log in and give it a go. It's super irritating watching it jump back up, isn't it? I kind of wish there were a more efficient way of doing this. Oh, the jump is very irritating. I think 4 days is enough to be kicked, to be honest. We did say that we would need people to be able to log in at least once every, ideally, 2 to 3 days. Even just logging in and being like, yo, I'm here now. Plus, you can get Albion on your phone. Right, here's how I'm going to invite people. I'm just going to click randomly accept in the guild invites. Cool. Let's go with you. Let's go with you. Let's go with guild applications from 8 hours ago. Let's go. Does it scroll up when you release the cursor outside the window? Don't know. Let's find out. It stays there. Yep, it still does. You think some people probably sent the request when they didn't get in straight away, stopped playing? Oh, of course. Of course they did. I mean, look, there are some requests from like a day ago, an hour ago, ages ago, 11 days ago, 12 days ago, 13 days ago. But if people have joined recently, we can send an application and say yes to them. Why the hell not? Oh, the problem now is Nomad can also invite people, so we'll have to see, because we've got people that applied 2 weeks ago. You know what? Yeah, get in. Why not? There we go. Some people may not have been online for more than 5 days. That's true. 4 days, 18 hours ago. We will have to, at some point, just start inviting people, probably tomorrow. Just tuned in and applied. Congratulations, you got in. You applied today. Well, if you applied today, you got in today. There we go. All the applications from today are pretty much in. Congrats. 9 days ago. From Asia, new character here. Get involved. Why the heck not? What we'll do is tomorrow we will invite more people who want to join. If you want to join, just send an application to either me or Nomad Poncho. But I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I am hungry. So we have spoken about the button. We have spoken about people being insecure. We've spoken about society. And my God, we truly do live in one. I will be returning to making YouTube videos much more frequently within, I want to say, 2 to 3 weeks. What's the nourishment of choice today? I'm probably going to go and have a Chinese because I fancy a Chinese. It was definitely a Wednesday stream. I will see you all tomorrow for a Thursday stream. Consider the red-blue button divide and consider that we're going to have it again at some point. I'm going to have a succulent Chinese meal. That's what I'm going to have. Anyway, guys, go and enjoy your night. Who is streaming, by the way? Because I know that you guys don't want to have to think. None of you want to think. None of you want to look into what you're doing. MZ's playing World of Warcraft. Go and watch her. Hang on. Go and watch MZ play World of Warcraft. You know that she's good at World of Warcraft, but be nice. Be nice, because she's not as sarcastic as I am. She hasn't worked on the internet for as long, and she still believes in the goodness and the decency of humans. Don't take that from her. Right, go and enjoy your night. Take care. Good night. God bless.